Looks like I am live. Let me just set up this YouTube video so that the chat will replay. I hope everybody's doing well. I decided to log on a little early because I gotta looks like I am live. Let me just set up this YouTube video so that the chat will replay. Let me mute that. Yeah, because the chat's not coming up. Let me set up the chat. YouTube is making things difficult for no reason. Before, like the chat will automatically appear. Now you gotta go in there and activate the chat. Customization. Okay, both of them are activated. That's weird that I didn't see it. Save that. Yeah, I don't see the chat coming up. Let me refresh my screen. See, this is why I'm glad I started the live early. All right, we got 34 people watching, it looks like. Okay, there's the chat. Okay, let's see who we got in here. Hey, Derek, first one again. That's what's up. Hey, Skyrim. Hey, Kenyatta. Hey, Babezilla. Hey, Dark Vibes. Hey, Moonlight. Hey, Earth Angel. Hey, Jane. Hey, Sherry. We got Dre up in the house. Hi, Henry. He said it's been forever and a day since I have been at one of these shows. Hi, Rob. Hi, everyone. Well, hello to you, Henry. We got Venus versus Mars. What's up? We got Rhythm and Sway. We got Danny in the house. Dr. Ken, Diggable Planet in the house. We got View Me, Christina. Hey, Christina. So, yeah, as you can see from the title, I'm going to be talking about Moon opposition Pluto. So, it's going to be a deep one, y'all. And before I get into the main topic, I did want to just talk about Pluto and Aquarius because Pluto will be entering Aquarius again on the 20th of this month and right when the sun enters Aquarius. So get ready because we might be seeing some crazy stuff go down. Like there could be some power outages, which kind of makes sense because we are dealing with like a deep freeze across the country. So I wouldn't be surprised if some power lines go down, if the grid goes down. And there could also be some alien sightings. We already had this so-called alien sighting. What was that in Miami? Where they were talking about like some 10-foot tall alien. Hey, Kauai, thanks for making it. They were talking about some 10-foot tall alien, and it was walking like outside of the Miami airport, and all these cops were surrounding the airport. We'll take a poll right now. If you think that was a real alien, press 1. If you think it was a fake alien, press 2. I'm pressing 2 because I think that shit was fake. But expect to see more of that with Pluto and Aquarius. Also, you can watch my Pluto and Aquarius video. I did that last year just to get a feel for how Pluto and Aquarius could play out, especially on a mundane level, on a worldwide level. On an individual level, you got to know what house Pluto is transiting in your chart. So, for instance, it's transiting my first house. Pluto has been in my first house for a long time now, since what, like 2013? So I'm used to it, but I'm not that used to Pluto being in Aquarius in my first house. So this is going to be interesting. Um, I'm hoping that I'll drop some pounds because, Pluto and Aquarius, that can deal with drastic changes taking place in terms of your body when it's in your first house. But back to the worldwide level, we might also see some changes taking place to the internet. YouTube is always updating their policy and stuff, and they're constantly, censoring people, but it might get even worse. Same with Facebook, Instagram, all your social media platforms might become more oppressive, you can say. And subscriptions. Like I was saying before with Pluto and Aquarius, don't be surprised if you're going to have to start paying more to view things on the internet. Already, like Amazon Prime was talking about, you know how if you got an Amazon Prime membership, you can watch the Prime movies. So I can receive the email from them last month, I think, and they were talking about, oh yeah, starting in January, any movies that you stream, we're gonna have ads in there. And they were like, we're gonna try not to have too many ads or whatever. But yeah, so they're already like pushing this whole pay per view, of course, in an indirect way with the ads, but don't be surprised if the subscription fees increase. Don't be surprised if YouTube becomes more, even more subscription based in terms of fees. So I have YouTube Premium, so I'm already used to paying a subscription fee for YouTube. But for those that aren't used to that, and this may not happen this year, but it might happen next year or maybe a few years into the future. Don't be surprised if everybody has to pay to have a YouTube account. And especially if you're a content creator, you might have to pay just to have content on YouTube. So revamping the internet, that's very much Pluto and Aquarius. Also, we might be seeing some crazy electrical storms, especially in the summertime. So that's another thing. There could be a nuclear explosion that takes place. There could be threats of nuclear war. So those are some things to, just look out for. What was another thing? The social credit system. More than likely, they're going to try to implement some type of social credit system. There's been talk about that for a while now, but you're going to start to see that become more promoted. And also, like the whole universal basic income, you're going to see that being more promoted and even implemented in some areas as well. Sam said, I am already going to quit YouTube anyway. So, yeah. Rome, you said hydrogen explosion. Yeah, it very well could be. And what I find interesting is Pluto hasn't even re-entered Aquarius yet, but already they're talking about these Tesla vehicles not being able to be charged in some states like Chicago because it's so cold that the charging stations aren't working. First of all, they're going to really try to push people more and more into electric. And Pluto and Aquarius is going to bring that out to the forefront. And then when Uranus enters Gemini, you're going to see more and more legislation about, doing away with gas-powered cars in favor of electric vehicles. Me personally, I don't want an electric car, especially seeing like the problems that these people that have Teslas and other electric vehicles have to go through. I like gas powered vehicles. I like hearing a car start up. Like I actually like that sound. I like hearing the sound of the motor if it's not too loud. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm kind of old school in that respect. But you can't really be too old school with Pluto and Aquarius. Like we're gonna have to change along with the times, but don't get too caught up in the whole Pluto and Aquarius frenzy because you could lose yourself in the process, following some movement, joining some group, even having certain friends. Pluto and Aquarius will bring the real people, like people who are your friends. Pluto and Aquarius can really bring the real out and really show you who you're really dealing with. Exposing friends. Roma said, keep your gas cars. That cash for clunkers was a scam. And I also saw an ad where, I forget, one of those rental car companies was getting rid of all their electric vehicles because they're just not worth the investment. Henry said, Uranus and Gemini excites me. Changes to education, learning, and a chance for mass enlightenment, even on a small scale, like expose Hollywood and less idol worship. Yeah, we're definitely going to see some changes in education. Probably most schools will convert to like totally online, and they might do it out of safety. All it takes is a few more of these school shootings or maybe another pandemic for them to totally like say, okay, school's going to be totally online from here on out. Dre, you asked, am I taking questions? I don't know, because this is going to be a pretty long live stream dealing with the topic. So I'll let you know how I feel once I get through it. All right, with that being said, let me share my screen and we're going to pull up this PowerPoint. Okay, moon opposition Pluto. So I'm calling moon opposition Pluto into the void, because one of the manifestations of moon opposition Pluto can be experiencing this sense of void, and where this void can't be filled by anything or anyone. Maybe temporarily, they could fill the void with people or, pleasures in life, but usually that void returns. So the void is basically Pluto's domain. And when you got moon opposition Pluto, that's like staring into the void, or like I said, having this sense of void. Hold on, give me a minute.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
Now, what you see right there is like the personification of Pluto. Like if Pluto had a persona, it would be TD Jakes. And just the way he's saying, have you ever been swallowed up? It reminds me of moon opposition Pluto. Let's just hear it one more time, because that moon opposition Pluto can deal with where you are feeling like you're being swallowed up, or you feel like you are basically sinking into some quicksand, or you fall into a hole and you can't get out of it. Have you ever been swallowed up?
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
All right, Pluto acting up, but you get the point.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through it?
So, yes, feeling like you're being swallowed up is very moon opposition Pluto in some cases. Now, this video has been sponsored by Kawaii Honey, and Kawaii Honey is in the house. Thanks, Kawaii Honey, for sponsoring another video. So Kawaii has sponsored a number of videos so far. So, I mean, that is just great. You keep me going, and you have some really good topics. So I just want to thank you for continuing to support this channel. Thank you for all the sponsorships. And Kawaii wants to know, from what you heard about this aspect, it seems to be centered about violent mood swings and repressed emotions. So I'll be getting into that. You said, does this aspect make one emotionally repressed and aloof, but attract individuals who are emotionally unavailable or too over emotional? So I'll be answering all these questions as I go through these slides. Can this aspect be an indication for mental illness? What other information can you tell me about this aspect? What are some ways this aspect can be managed? Yes, I do have this aspect in my astrological chart. Moon in Taurus at 8 degrees in the 7th house, opposition Pluto and Scorpio at 7 degrees in the 1st house. That is a tight opposition. So you're really going to experience the intensity that comes with that opposition at various times in your life. Now, with oppositions, it's like it forces you to come to terms with the situation that the aspect is representing. Whereas the square, so for instance, I have moon square Pluto, and that is challenging enough as it is. But I feel like with the square, you can be more about, okay, I'm not just going to deal with this situation. And the square gives you more leeway than the opposition a lot of times. The opposition, again, it's like something is staring you down, or where you're staring into the void, or where there is some oppressive force that is, trying to thwart your efforts or trying to overpower you or what have you. So while Moon square Pluto, for instance, like I have, may not be as challenging as Moon opposition Pluto, that square can be less rewarding than the opposition, though, because the opposition doesn't always produce bad things. Sometimes they can produce very good things, and sometimes the opposition can just deal with the nature of one's work. The square is more restrictive in its effect, it's more limiting, it's more about, like, I always say, like, for instance, a square is like two fighters in a boxing ring duking it out, right? Hand to hand combat. The opposition is like you and someone else are facing off in a duel. And it's like that ready, aim, fire. Whoever draws first is the one that's going to kill or shoot down the other one. So when you're dealing with the opposition, a lot of times you can't get away from that energy, where the square, you can avoid it more, if you get what I'm saying. But both can be very challenging. So I have a lot of stories dealing with my moon square Pluto, and people with moon opposition Pluto, I'm sure they got a lot of stories, especially like horror stories, traumatic stories, just stories about where they felt like they've been knocked down, or where the cards were stacked against them. So you said, how can this aspect play in other celebrities as or well-known individuals' charts? So Kawhi, I have a list of celebrities that have moon opposition Pluto. So after I go through the possible manifestations of this opposition, I'll get into the celebrities. All right, so let's talk about some of the possible manifestations of moon opposition Pluto. And let me tell you, this opposition, oh, you're welcome, Moonlight. This opposition can produce a lot. I mean, it's the gift that keeps on giving, or it's the curse that keeps on cursing. It's like so much can happen with this opposition. So much can go wrong with this opposition. But then there's some things that can go right with this opposition as well. But one of the things that could go wrong is rejection. So the person that has moon opposition Pluto, they might become very familiar with being rejected. Now, sometimes, like I said, the opposition can deal with the nature of one's work. So case in point, I have some actors that have moon opposition Pluto. And a lot of times that could just play out as them auditioning for a role and they get rejected. They're not wanted for that role. So somebody with moon opposition Pluto, they're going to have to get used to the whole rejection. Also being ousted, expelled, excluded, eliminated, or disqualified. Keep all these possible manifestations in mind that I'm about to go through. So when I talk about these celebrities, you'll remember what I was saying about this aspect. So again, being ousted, expelled, excluded, eliminated, or disqualified. Being banned or blackballed. You can also say being canceled. Being discarded. Like you're a snotty snotty piece of tissue. My bad. So when I was, getting ready for this video. Because again, this aspect, as well as most aspects, they keep on giving. Like, there's so many possible manifestations that can come from one aspect. So with this aspect, I was like, this is like, a baby being found in a dumpster. This is like a mom that throws her baby away. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some babies that were thrown away in a dumpster or a garbage can, or even that fell in the toilet, have moon opposition Pluto. So a lot of times that feeling of being discarded starts with the mother, but not always. So the person with moon opposition Pluto, they could become very familiar with being in crisis mode. And sometimes it's internal crisis and sometimes it's external. Being stalked is another possible manifestation. Being hated, being threatened, subversion, sensing a huge void, like I said when I first started this PowerPoint. So that void is like, again, it's like staring into the void, or it's like feeling this void in your life that may be able to be filled temporarily, but it's like it's never enough. Even if the person stays in your life, it's like it's never enough. Being tormented. It's like, basically, it's like you're filling a bag full of sand, but there's a hole at the bottom of the bag. So no matter how much you fill it with lovers, with family, with your job, with whatever, children, it's like the sand is being poured out from the bottom. So it's like you always feel it empty inside, or there's always this void that remains. Being tormented. Also, this can manifest as an unstable living situation. So this slide right here is really going to deal with housing, living situations, home. Also, this can play out as eviction, foreclosure, or seizure of property. And in terms of like eviction, I'm talking about like eviction in the worst way, where your stuff is being thrown out in the street, where the sheriff is knocking at your door, telling you, you got to get out, time is up. Also, there could be a dispute over the ownership of real estate. Also, this property is condemned. Reminds me of that movie, This Property is Condemned, with Natalie Wood and Robert Redford. I love that movie. Oh, it makes me cry at the end. But anyway, watch that movie because it has some strong moon opposition Pluto themes in that movie. Basically, she's a prostitute trying to, get with this guy that I can't remember all the details of this movie, but has anybody ever saw that movie? It was made in the 60s, I think, but it's called This Property is Condemned. Also, an infestation. Moon opposition Pluto could deal with an infestation in the home, an infestation of cockroaches, an infestation of termites, an infestation of mold, an infestation of mice, an infestation of bed bugs, you name it, infestation of spiders. When you have moon opposition Pluto, you better have your exterminator on speed dial. Hey, my Bills, I'm glad you joined the chat. All right. So an infestation is another one. Also, this can play out as a home invasion, intruders, burglary. Oh, you said say sex worker instead of prostitute. All right, sex worker. A home invasion, intruders, burglary. Also, have you ever heard of the term eminent domain? So eminent domain is basically when an area is undergoing gentrification and then the city comes along and they want to buy, or they're demanding that they're going to buy these homes from people because they want to redevelop the area. So that can also play out with moon opposition Pluto. A major remodeling project. So like I said, it doesn't always have to be a bad thing with moon opposition Pluto. It could be a remodeling project, but that remodeling project could be a headache. It could take a long time. It could be full of like, okay, we got to go back to the drawing board, or we got to redo this over again. Evacuation. A house of ill repute. So Dr. Ken, you talked about sex workers. Moon opposition Pluto can deal with a whorehouse, either being in a whorehouse, running a whorehouse, being born in a whorehouse, basically something dealing with a house of ill repute, or it could even be like a trap house, a bunker or underground tunnel. So again, it doesn't always well, y'all saw that stuff that happened in New York with those dudes with that I don't want to say the J word, but the Jaybirds basically got caught with this underground tunnel and stuff. So some of them might have had moon opposition Pluto in their charts, especially the ones that were getting bucked with the police. But yeah, they were trying to close that tunnel, they said, for a while, and then things came to a head, and yeah, things got crazy at the temple. But yeah, I already have an idea what they had what might have been going on in that tunnel. Plumbing problems is another one. And with moon opposition Pluto, it could be a situation where the whole plumbing has to be gutted. Ellie just called it out right then and there. She was like, okay, yes, you said it. I didn't say it. YouTube is hypersensitive, so I don't want to, get my channel shut down or whatever like that for being anti-semi. Also, the basement is a major theme. So some people with moon opposition Pluto, they might live in a basement, or they might be confined to a basement. Somebody that gets kidnapped, for instance, they might be trapped down into a basement, or there could just be some issue dealing with the basement itself. All right, let's talk about situations involving the mother, because the moon rules mothers. Now, before I get into the whole thing about mothers, let me talk about fathers real quick, because the last live stream I did, I was basically just running my mouth and stuff, but I was peeking at the chat every now and then. And I think I did see like a little conversation come up about the houses in the horoscope, namely the 4th and the 10th houses, because when I was talking about Cat Williams' father, I was referring to the 4th house. And somebody was mentioning, oh no, the 4th house is the mother. And they were saying something about these modern day astrologers, they do whatever. Well, I just want to, set the record straight. You got different types of astrologers. You got traditional astrologers, you got modern astrologers. You got some astrologers that look at the 4th and 10th house as, okay, it could be either the mother or the father. I always ascribe the 4th house to the father because I am following what traditional astrologers said about the 4th house. So traditionally, the 4th house was ascribed to the father, and for a good reason. Now, I don't got time to break down all the wherefores and whys, but I'll just say this. With the mother being the 10th house, that elevates the mother above all else. And when a baby is born, the mother is that baby's whole world. Basically, yeah, you need both parents, but the father can basically walk away and that baby will still be fine as long as that mother is there. So again, the mother is the baby's everything. And that 10th house, that's the highest point in the chart. That is exaltation. So you're exalting the mother, and that's basically how it is in this world. We mothers bring life into the world. We basically make the world go round. Without mothers, we would shut this whole world down. Like, we have a choice at any time to put a stop to this whole propagation of the human species, because we could keep on getting pregnant, but we don't have to deliver those babies. We could keep on marching to the abortion clinic or throw ourselves down the steps or whatever to make sure that no babies come through. So we are the authorities on this earth, which is why women have been attacked ever since the beginning of time. They always want to blame the ills of the world on women. Even nowadays with, society being the way it is, they always talk about, oh, that's because it's single mothers, but they don't talk about the absent fathers. And most of the time, a single mother does not become a single mother by choice. Let's make that clear. Most women would want to stay with the father of their children as long as he's good to her and the children. And that's another, see, I don't want to go on this long tangent, but a lot of people act like, oh, it's a 2-parent household, everything's going to be all right. A lot of times 2-parent households are hella toxic. if the two parents aren't getting along, how you think that's going to affect the child? But anyway, I might do a whole separate live stream on the 4th and 10th house and just show y'all what I mean about how, you know, you really need to assign the 4th to the father, 10th to the mother. But you can look at your own chart and identify your father in the 4th house and identify your mother in the 10th. And if you can't see your father in the 4th, and if you can't see your mother in the 10th, then that just means you don't know how to read your chart correctly. And maybe you should take my astrology class. So that's that. So let's just continue on. All right. So death of the mother is a possible manifestation of Moon opposition Pluto. And we're talking about not just the death of a mother, but where it has a serious effect upon the person. Like they carry that death of the mother throughout their whole life. And a lot of times the death of the mother will occur early in the person's life. Avoidance of mother or family. And it could be because family is toxic or abusive. Also, mom could be subject to negative influences. Mom could have been the one that was for the streets. Mom could have been the one that was, you know, bringing all these men through the house. Mom could have been the one that was always getting locked up because she had criminal tendencies. So Moon opposition Pluto can take the mother out the house, whether it's through death or it could be through her negative influences. She hanging with the wrong people or she with the wrong man. So an abusive mother. And usually this is not just an abusive mother, but this is a mother that really has that child messed up in the head over this abuse. Mom has psychological issues. Mom might spend a few nights in the psychiatric ward, or she might spend a lifetime in the psychiatric ward. Also, this could play out as hatred of mother or harboring resentment towards one mother. A family curse. So, you know, sometimes we might look at families, we might feel like our own family is cursed. Well, some people with Moon opposition Pluto, they might question if their family is cursed. And it could actually be a family curse. Surrogacy is another one. So some women that have Moon opposition Pluto, they might choose to have a child through surrogacy. A child that has Moon opposition Pluto might have a surrogate mother. Also, this opposition, I think this was one of your questions, Kauai, can make one devoid of feeling. So they could basically not be in touch with their feelings, but every once in a while, they could get in touch with their feelings and their feelings could scare them or their emotions could scare them and they don't like the way it feels. They don't like feeling that sensitive. So they might actually do things to block out their feelings, like taking certain drugs or drinking, even though drinking, it seems like it amplifies your feelings. Emotional outbursts, having an emotional meltdown. Talking about, I can't take this no more. You know, feeling like you're on the ledge, feeling like, you know, you're at the point of no return. Feeling like you're being swallowed up. He said, swallowed up. Let me play old Pluto again.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Preach.
Swallowed up.
Have you ever been swallowed up?
Swallowed up. Have you gone through a
So, case in point, you know how some people can survive on the streets? Well, if you got Moon opposition Pluto, a lot of times you're going to get swallowed up by the streets. You're going to be swallowed up.
swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
That's Pluto.
Gone through a
See, TG Jakes knows all about that Pluto.
Have you ever been
I think he
swallowed?
got, wait a minute, hold on. Let me see what TGJ. He got something like Pluto conjoined North Node. No, not North Node. Hold on. TDJ, because I talked about him briefly on in my live stream for New Year's Eve. And he had some nasty shit in his chart. And I was like, damn, he definitely been swallowed up. He know what that is. Oh man. I might do a reading on TD Jakes, but I can't find my notes real quick and I don't got time to be pulling his chart again. But anyway, he knows all about being swallowed up and he knows about swallowing shit up with his power bottom ass too. All right. More of the possible manifestations, renouncing or changing your citizenship. So now we're going to get into nationality, countries, citizenship, all that. So moon opposition Pluto can deal with where you're renouncing or changing your citizenship, you're relocating to another country. But it can also deal with being extradited or being deported. So you got to watch what you do if you go to a foreign country, if you got moon opposition Pluto in your chart, especially if that opposition is involving the 3rd and the 9th house, or even the 4th and the 10th house. Racial hatred, racial persecution, because the moon rules race. So the persecution is coming from Pluto, the hatred is coming from Pluto. Being stereotyped or pigeonholed. And some people, they fall right into the stereotype. So this could be a person that's being stereotyped, but they might be doing it to themselves. People are conspiring against you. Or you might just feel like people are conspiring against you. Because the one thing about Pluto is that it can be kind of deceptive sometimes. Now, Neptune rules deception, but Pluto can come in a close second when it comes to you perceiving things that aren't really real. Because, Pluto and Scorpio is about perception, right? But sometimes our perceptions could be off. So I've had a number of people I've done readings for that had strong Scorpio energy. They had Pluto like squaring their Mercury or opposing their sun, and they've been always thinking that there was somebody out to get them or somebody persecuting them or somebody, that's hating on them. And sometimes that's not even the case, but it's just that they're picking up on that strong Plutonian energy. And it's basically just making them feel that way, but it may not be the case at that point in time. Sexual predation is another one. So being a victim of a sex crime or, being honestly, this can play out as gang rape. This moon opposition Pluto, a lot of times it's not just going to be rape, it's going to be some extra stuff that comes with it. So it could be gang rape, it could be being raped and killed, what have you. Maybe I shouldn't be saying the R word either. So they already either limited my monetization or they just demonetized me. So that's another reason why I'm so grateful for these sponsored videos, because with my content, YouTube is always either limiting my monetization or they are demonetizing me. And because I'm a Sagittarius, I hate censoring myself. And Capricorn rules censorship. So I got moon and ascendant in Capricorn. So it makes sense why I'm always getting dinged with the monetization because of my content. But yeah, I like freedom of speech. So I'm like, I don't like having to always say, oh, the R word. And, and some people are taking the censorship too far with the self-censorship. But anyway, this could be a dark corridor or dungeon of sex. So somebody that, you said raped. So somebody that goes to like a sex club all the time, or maybe they might even have a dungeon in their home, they could have moon opposition Pluto. Issues with intimacy is another one. So person could be sexual, but they may have a problem with being intimate. Being under surveillance. So this is basically dealing with, the outside world in terms of crime, law enforcement, things like that. So you could be under surveillance. Now it might be through law enforcement, but it could be through it could be your neighbor that's surveilling you. And nowadays with cameras everywhere, this moon opposition Pluto will really be in effect. Being investigated. A raid. So let's say you had a business, right? And let's say that you didn't renew your liquor license and you got moon opposition Pluto. Oh yeah, vacant hair sex clubs exist. We got some where I live in Phoenix. Yeah, where it's like a swingers club and all that. Hell yeah, sex clubs get exist. And don't talk about like places like Germany and stuff. Oh my God, they got some of the craziest sex clubs you can imagine. Yeah, some of the stuff I've read has been crazy. But anyway, so let's say you are running a club, a nightclub, right? And you didn't renew your liquor license. Next thing you know, you got license and inspections kicking your door open, shutting your establishment down because you got moon opposition Pluto. When you got moon opposition Pluto, you got to make sure everything's straight in terms of like if you run a business, you got to make sure everything is in tip top shape. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Clorinda. You got to make sure everything is up to standard or the powers that be could come down on you and shut you down. Facing criminal charges, whether you're guilty or not. And sometimes this can deal with being framed too. An undercover operation. So again, sometimes oppositions can just deal with the nature of one's work. So with moon opposition Pluto, this could actually be an undercover cop. So where he's always going undercover and he's always around criminals, he's always around a bad element because that's what he needs to do in order to bust these criminals. Being sued, being heavily indebted, control or be controlled. So moon opposition Pluto is like that 22nd degree or the number 22 in general. And it can produce situations where either you're in control or you're allowing other people to control your life. Or it could be one aspect of your life. Everything could be fine on the job, but when you get home, you may not have no control over your household. Your kids might be running wild, or your man might be always inviting his no good friends over and stuff. You may feel like you can never get privacy. You may feel like your home is not your own. And if you got moon opposition Pluto, be very careful about having house guests because you could have a house guest that overstays their welcome. They might even try to pull some shit like where they're like, I don't have to leave because I've been here a month. And according to this law, basically, I'm a tenant here now, and you're going to have to evict me. And remember, I said that moon opposition Pluto can deal with eviction. People are ganging up on you, facing a mob, being drugged. And when I say drug, I don't mean drug like intoxicant. I mean like drug, like you drug, your name is being drugged through the mud. Somebody's dragging you, being trashed, somebody's trashing you, or being defamed. Crisis situations. Now let's talk about how this can affect in terms of eating, emotional issues. So moon opposition Pluto can play out as an eating disorder, binging and purging, contamination. So that could be contamination of food. So again, or contamination of anything, contamination of an area, contamination of one's home with some type of toxic substance. So again, just think about if you have an establishment, let's say you run a restaurant and you got moon opposition Pluto. That's like the Department of Health comes and does an inspection, and then they're seeing that the food is being contaminated by cleaning products or some other crazy stuff. And next thing you know, you're getting a bad rating for your restaurant. So moon opposition Pluto, that could even deal with they shut down your restaurant at some point. Fumigation. So again, remember I said moon opposition Pluto can deal with an infestation. Well, you know how some infestations can be so bad that you have to put a tent over the house and fumigate that whole house. Toxicity. So this could either be toxicity in terms of like one's family or the people that they're around, or it could just be toxicity in the physical sense, like a person ingested some substance and it's very toxic, and now they got to go to the emergency room, and now they have to be forced to throw up. Being forced to vomit That's very moon opposition Pluto. So somebody that gets their stomach pumped, that's very moon opposition Pluto. A severe stomach disorder, that's another one that could play out. And it could be where they can't keep nothing down. They're constantly throwing up. Removal of breast, uterus, or part of the stomach. So this could play out as a hysterectomy. And usually where it's like, okay, you don't have no choice but to get a hysterectomy. Like you got to get that uterus out of there. It could be a mastectomy. It could be gastric bypass or getting the, what's the other one they call it? The sleeve, the gastric sleeve. But usually it'll be where part of that stomach is either removed or totally like cordoned off, blocked. Also, for women, lacking a menstrual cycle is possible. Horrible cramping. Miscarriage is another possibility, and it might be more than one miscarriage. Pancreatitis is another possibility. Also, moon opposition Pluto could play out as genetic defects and congenital defects. Congenital defects basically occur when the baby's in the womb. Not saying it was the mother at fault, but it's a disorder, disease, defect that occurs while the baby is still in utero. Also, this could play out as a serious infection, and this infection could be life-threatening. It could end up spreading all over, and a life-threatening disease. Also, when you got moon opposition Pluto, death might be looming over your head. So it could be in the form of you do have a life-threatening disease. So you may feel like, okay, my days are numbered. Or it could just be where you just feel this sense of death looming over your head because that's just how you're wired. So you're focused on death. And it could be to the point where you become a goth and you wear like dark clothes all the time and you got the heavy dark eyeliner and all that type of stuff. It could be death looming over your head because you're in an abusive relationship. But death could be a constant theme. It could be death looming over your head because you got a number of family members that have already passed. Every year you're going to a funeral, a near-death experience. So this is quite common with moon opposition Pluto. And Kauai, you tell me, have you ever had what's a myomectomy? Let me know what a myomectomy is, Kauai. But Kauai, have you ever had a near-death experience? If you haven't, you might have one in the future. Death may feel like the only solution. So some people with moon opposition Pluto will either be suicidal or they will contemplate suicide at one point when things get to be too heavy, or they may actually commit suicide. So again, this is some of the more darker manifestations of this moon opposition Pluto. And this is what I mean about feeling like you're being swallowed up. Okay, so no, you haven't. Just know, be careful. Feeling like you're being swallowed up, feeling like there's no solution but death, like death is the only way out. Demonic influence, demonic oppression, and demonic attacks. Now, moon opposition Pluto can deal with where the person has to face their personal demons constantly, but it can also play out as actual demonic influence, actual demonic oppression, actual demonic attacks. Also psychosis. So Kauai, you mentioned, does moon opposition Pluto produce mental health issues? Yes, it does. In some cases, not all, but for some people, it could play out as bouts of psychosis where they end up in being committed to a mental hospital. But this can also play out as entering rehab. It could be rehab for drugs or alcohol, but it can even be rehab like physical therapy type of rehab. Bipolar or borderline personality disorder. Those are the two disorders that moon opposition Pluto can play out as the most. Bipolar or borderline personality disorder, because both of those disorders are dealing with unstable emotions and where the emotions will go to extremes. Yes, gender reassignment is another one. Blocking out or suppressing memories. So you mentioned that too, I think, or I think you said repressing feelings, but that's basically sort of the same thing. So you could be blocking out or suppressing memories, and it could be because of a traumatic event that has occurred. And it might take a psychiatrist or a psychologist, some type of therapist or counselor to get you to remember, to recall those memories. Also, you could go through cathartic experiences, and cathartic experiences, they can be good, but they can also be painful at times when you're going through it. Now, some people with moon opposition Pluto have a hatred or disgust of women. So women, if you are dating a man and you pull his chart and you see that he has moon opposition Pluto, first of all, ask him about his relationship with his mother. He might actually tell you his mother is already dead, but ask him, start asking him questions about women to see how he really feels about women. So this could be a hatred or disgust of women. He may act like he's really into you, but then as time goes on, you might start to wonder, like, I don't even think he likes women. And it could have started with his mother. Trying to subdue or manipulate women. Now, also, this is a warning for you men out there. You could, if you got moon opposition Pluto, you could attract a woman who is a black widow, or where she's very controlling, or where she's manipulative. And you might even feel like you're under this woman's spell. It could even be like, this woman is not good for you, but you can't stay away from her. You keep going back. You can't break free. She has a strong hold on you. So that's one of those things, that moon opposition Pluto for a man, where he got to be careful about the type of woman that he chooses, because he might end up being swallowed up. All right. So I mentioned the demonic oppression, demonic attacks, demonic influence. So while I was preparing for this live stream, I was thinking of that movie. Well, I'm not even going to say the movie. I want to see who's a movie buff like I am. And I want to see if anybody can tell me what this movie is. This image right here. What is this movie from? I mean, this image from what movie? Let's see who's into the type of movies I'm into. I'll give it a minute. Oh, Malika, I was just talking about Moon Square Pluto because I got Moon Square Pluto. And yes, a Moon Square Pluto man can hate women as well. Yes. So does anybody know what movie this image is from? Wait a minute, Moonlight, did you say it? Oh, yes. Moonlight got it. Hellraiser. So did we see Hellraiser during a watch party on Patreon, Moonlight? I can't remember. So this image is from the movie Hellraiser. And Hellraiser is a horror film. If you never saw it, definitely check it out if you're into like the supernatural, if you're into like demonic stuff and all that type of stuff. I'm so into this film that I bought the book that it was based on. So Clive Barker wrote a book called oh my God, the something heart. Why can't I think of what that book is called? But it's called The Something Heart, and then they made the book into a movie called Hellraiser. It's called The Hellbound Heart. That's what it's called. But basically, it's dealing with this guy named Frank, right? And like I said, while I was preparing for this live stream, it made me think of the movie Hellraiser in terms of like how this opposition can play out in the worst way. So in the movie Hellraiser, we got Frank, who's pictured here, and he's a thrill seeker. And he's the type of guy, he's a hedonist, and he can't get enough. And he's basically into like S&M and all that stuff, BDSM and all that stuff. So he wants to reach the heights of ecstasy, basically. So he's in China or somewhere, and he gets this box, this magic box that you can see him holding right here. And he doesn't know what the box is going to do. So he decides to do this little ritual where he starts playing with the box. Well, the box opens up, and next thing you know, he's summoning these demons called the Cenobites. And the Cenobites, hey, Cheems knows Hellraiser, hell yeah. And see, Cheems, I'm talking about moon opposition Pluto. And like I was saying while I was preparing for this live stream, made me think of the Hellraiser movie. So, like I said, Frank starts playing with this box. The box starts moving into these different shapes. And next thing you know, he summons the demons from hell. And they're called the Cenobites. And basically, when you mess with that box, it's like there's no going back. You're at the point of no return, like I said, with that moon opposition Pluto. And now he's trapped. He's trapped in hell, but he has found a way out. Now, the way he can basically become remade, and moon opposition Pluto can deal with being reborn, going through a resurgence, basically having a comeback. He had his comeback by siphoning off blood from this person that ended up bleeding. It was actually his brother that ended up cutting his hand. Blood dripped on the floor, and now he's coming back to life. Coming back to life is very moon opposition Pluto. Being resuscitated is very moon opposition Pluto. So he's coming back to life, as you can see here. He's just a bunch of slime, and his arms are basically showing. And now you can see he's starting to be fully formed back into his old self. And here he is right here. He doesn't have any skin, but he's back to being Frank. He was able to come back. So again, having a comeback is moon opposition Pluto, but those demons still have a hold on him. So once he is able to cheat the demons, or fake them out, they start hunting him down. But anyway, check out that movie if you've never seen it, because it's a perfect manifestation of moon opposition Pluto in terms of how it can really play out in the darkest sense. All right, back to some more possible manifestations. So moon opposition Pluto can produce a do or die attitude, or even where it's like all or nothing. Extreme shifts in mood, lacking personality, being drafted. So you know how some men were drafted into the military? Some of them could have moon opposition Pluto. Having no choice in the matter, where you have to get involved. Being provocative is another moon opposition Pluto manifestation. Now, that one's not too terrible. Being provocative sometimes just comes naturally to some people, and they could have moon opposition Pluto. Probing people or being probed. So somebody that's an interviewer, somebody that's an investigator, somebody that has to probe people for information could have moon opposition Pluto. Also, interrogation, sabotage. So what you're trying to accomplish, somebody could be trying to sabotage it. So case in point, let's say you want to do a home improvement project. You got your moon in the ninth house. Ninth house is improvement. And you got Pluto in the third house. Let me tell you how this could play out. So you're trying to do a home improvement project. You had to get permits. You got the permits approved or whatever like that. And it's a major home improvement project, which requires you to have an addition onto the home or something. And you got this nasty neighbor that is throwing a fit every time there's like a construction crew on the street. And they're making it hard for the construction crew. Some of y'all seen these public freak out videos. So that's how that moon opposition Pluto could play out. In that case, your neighbor could be sabotaging your attempts to complete your home improvement project or your home remodeling project. Also, this could play out as a violation of privacy, or where your private life is exposed. Being seduced or being the seducer. Putting your life on the line in support of others. So this is where you could be doing a world of good by putting your life on the line. Getting involved And a lot of times people with moon opposition Pluto, they can't help but to get involved when they see somebody hurting or they see somebody in crisis. Philanthropic endeavors. And again, where it's more than just being a philanthropist, it's where you're actually getting involved and you want to know how your money is really being spent. You might actually travel to the place, could be like some war zone or something like that, that you travel to and do your part to help out. Because after all, Pluto does deal with support. So when you got moon opposition Pluto, you could feel called to lend your support. And again, with the opposition, it's like it pulls you in where sometimes you may feel like you don't have no choice. Like if you, let's say you were a rich person, right? And there was this disaster in your town. Well, I can't say most, but a lot of rich people would feel like they need to get involved simply because they have the means to help rebuild that town, if you get what I'm saying. Probably not all rich people would get involved, but you would have a number of rich people getting involved and doing some philanthropic work in order to rebuild that town. So again, it's like if you want to be, somewhat of a good person, right? And you got a lot of money, you're going to have to do something on a philanthropic level at some point. And when you got moon opposition Pluto, you might feel like you don't have no choice because if you didn't, you might not be able to sleep well at night. Being phenomenal. So you could be a phenomenal person with moon opposition Pluto where you're knocking them dead. You are wowing people. People are looking at you like, oh, wow, like they're amazing. They're phenomenal. Phenomenal woman. Having great power or influence over the masses, getting backing, being bolstered. So this is some of the positives of moon opposition Pluto. So let's say you got moon opposition Pluto and let's say you set out to be a singer. And that moon opposition Pluto, the Pluto could come in and that Pluto is acting as a team of supporters where you're going to have everybody that's going to be working on your behalf to make sure you become the singer that you need to become. And it might even require a makeover because that moon opposition Pluto in some cases can deal with like a total makeover, which makes me think of one person in particular that I have on this list. So you could be going through a total transformation. And sometimes that total transformation can involve plastic surgery. Doing a 180. Now that 180 could be going to the good or going to the bad. Also, like I was saying, you could be experiencing a rebirth, a revival, a resurgence, making a comeback just like Frank did in the movie Hellraiser. All right, so let's get into the celebrities, some of the celebrities that have moon opposition Pluto. So we have none other than Angelina Jolie. I mean, I feel like I talk about her all the time because she be coming up with all these aspects that, Kauai be wanting me to talk about. So the last time Kauai, I did a video for you, it was Venus square Chiron, I believe, no, I think it was Venus square Uranus. And Angelina Jolie was an example because she had that in her chart. Now, she also got moon opposition Pluto, but it makes sense considering her life. So with Angelina Jolie, she got moon in Aries in the 9th house, opposing Pluto in Libra in the 3rd house. So what I did was I just took quotes from certain sources, Wikipedia, biography.com, some other sites, and I just copied and pasted the things in their life that deal with this opposition. And Angelina Jolie has a lot dealing with this opposition. So she has been cited as the world's most beautiful woman by various media outlets. Remember, I said that moon opposition Pluto can result in being seen as phenomenal. So this is where she's being viewed as phenomenal. When you got moon in Aries, that's like you're the top. You're the top chick. You're the one that stands out amongst the crowd, even though I don't think Angelina Jolie is all that. But, back in the day, people was talking about, oh, she's so beautiful and stuff like that. Those lips could be leave more to be desired, though. I'm just saying, like, they look nasty to me. But anyway, that moon in Aries is representing her being on top, being the most beautiful woman in the world, with being in ninth house, and then where she's being compared to others, opposition Pluto. But again, that's dealing with her being phenomenal in some way. I will say this about Angelina Jolie. I think she's a phenomenal actress. Maybe not in all movies, but in the movies where she got to play a crazy chick, yeah, she really knows how to channel that moon opposition Pluto. And she a little crazy herself. Now, her personal life, including her relationships, marriage, and health, has been the subject of wide publicity. That's very much that moon opposition Pluto. Because remember, I said your private life could be exposed, or, you may not have much privacy. She has 6 children with Pitt, 3 of whom were adopted internationally. So let's go back to her chart. So if you notice, she has Pluto ruling that 5th house through Scorpio. 5th house is children. She also has that Sagittarius in the 5th house, which deals with her adopting children. But the fact that she adopted some of these children from foreign countries points to that moon being in the 9th house, especially when you take the conjunctions with Mars and Jupiter into account. Like, she was basically hunting for these children, which is kind of questionable if you ask me. And some crazy stuff went down while she was adopting Maddox, I think. Now, Jolie has claimed to have distant indigenous Iroquois ancestry through her French-Canadian mother. However, her father says Jolie is not seriously Iroquois, saying it is something he and Bertrand made up to make Bertrand seem more exotic. So that right there is crazy because she doesn't have anything to do with her father at this point. So that could be part of it too, like the fact that he basically lied and said her mother was part Iroquois or whatever. But that moon in the 9th, that's trying to make the mother seem more exotic, as it said here. All right. And then she transferred to Moreno High School. Remember, Pluto's in the 3rd house. 3rd house is school. She transferred to Moreno High School, an alternative school where she became a punk outsider. And remember, I said some people with moon opposition Pluto, they might be like on the dark side in terms of their look, looking goth or whatever. When Angelina Jolie was coming out, she was leaning towards the punk end, but she was, wearing all black clothing, going out moshing, engaging in knife play. That's her Aries energy. That moon in Aries conjoined Mars in particular. So she was engaging in knife play with her boyfriend, like doing some like potentially dangerous stuff with her boyfriend. That's very moon conjunct Mars opposition Pluto. She dropped out of her acting classes and aspired to become a funeral director. Look at that. Taking an at-home course on embalming. So remember, I said death is looming over people's heads that have moon opposition Pluto. So that can show that, yeah, death looms over Angelina Jolie's head to the point where she was thinking about becoming a funeral director. And especially with Pluto ruling that 5th house, Scorpio in the 5th, I could deal with where she just enjoys the subject of death and learning about it, and so she could be very comfortable in that role as a funeral director if she wasn't an actress. As a teenager, Jolie found it difficult to emotionally connect with other people. Remember, I said that moon opposition Pluto could produce intimacy issues. And as a result, she self-harmed, later commenting, for some reason, the ritual of having cut myself and feeling the pain made me feeling alive, feeling some kind of release. It was somehow therapeutic to me. She also struggled with insomnia and an eating disorder. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto could play out as an eating disorder. It says here, Jolie had episodes of depression and planned to commit suicide twice. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto can make some people suicidal. At age 19 and again at 22, when she attempted to hire a hitman to kill her. When she was 24, she experienced a nervous breakdown, which is very moon opposition Pluto, and was admitted for 72 hours to UCLA's Medical Center psychiatric ward. 2 years later, after adopting her first child, Jolie found stability. And again, it makes sense that she found stability through adopting the child because that child took the place of Pluto. You see how this works? So you can always interchange things dealing with aspects to make it better for you. So by her adopting Maddox, and with Pluto ruling that fifth house, Maddox ended up taking the role of that Pluto where she was no longer haunted by those personal demons. And with that, remember I said with that moon opposition Pluto, it could make it where a person wants to get involved. So that helped to also feed that strong thirst to get involved in the lives of others and make a difference. In accordance with Lee Strasberg's method acting, Jolie preferred to stay in character in between scenes during many of her early films. While shooting Gia, she told her husband, Johnny Lee Miller, that she would not be able to phone him. I'd tell him, I'm alone, I'm dying, I'm gay. I'm not going to see you for weeks. After Gia rapped, she briefly gave up acting because she felt that she had nothing else to give. Keep in mind, the fifth house deals with acting. So with Mars opposition Pluto, that's her like giving it all to the whole acting, that role, and then it just exhausts her. It like basically took the life out of her. She had nothing else to give, like it says here. She separated from Miller and moved to New York, where she took night classes at New York University to study directing and screenwriting. Encouraged by her Golden Globe Award for George Wallace and the positive critical reception of Gia, Jolie resumed her career. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with having a comeback. Jolie next took the supporting role of Lisa. She played the shit out of this role, a sociopathic patient in a psychiatric hospital. In Girl Interrupted, an adaptation of Susanna Kayson's memoir of the same name. If you've never seen Girl Interrupted, and I think I did show that during a watch party on Patreon, watch that movie because you'll really see Angelina Jolie's moon opposition Pluto in action, because she killed that role. And only somebody with an aspect like moon opposition Pluto can actually go that deep like that into like some psychotic type of crazy chick role to make it believable. Jolie next starred opposite Antonio Banderas as his mail order bride in Original Sin. So even that is dealing with that opposition. Just the title of the movie, because that moon is in the ninth house. And then also like the mail order bride, moon opposition Pluto, moon in the ninth, Pluto in the third. After her mother's death in 2007, Jolie appeared in fewer films, later explaining that her motivation to be an actress had stemmed from her mother's acting ambitions. Her first film in 2 years was the 2010 thriller Salt. My kids used to love that movie, Salt, in which she starred as a CIA agent. That's very much moon opposition Pluto, because remember I said going undercover? Who goes on the run after she is accused of being a KGB sleeper agent. Originally written as a male character with Tom Cruise attached to the star, Agent Salt underwent a gender change, that's moon opposition Pluto, after a Columbia Pictures executive suggested Jolie for the role. With revenues of $293.5 million, Salt became an international success. International, that's that moon in the ninth. Jolie starred opposite Johnny Depp in the thriller The Tourist. The film was a critical failure. So even dealing with failure, again, like the whole rejection, people hating you in a certain role, very much moon opposition Pluto. Jolie starred in Maleficent, a live-action re-imaging of Disney's 1959 animation Sleeping Beauty. So you know how she could play that dark role of Maleficent, very moon opposition Pluto. In an effort to connect her Cambodian-born adopted son with his heritage, Jolie purchased a house in his country of birth in 2003. This is what I mean about feeling forced to get involved or feeling forced to, do something that's going to impact the lives of others. In this case, her son, I thought that was really good on her part, buying a house in his country of birth just so he could get in touch with his culture. Jolie has pushed for legislation to aid child immigrants and other vulnerable children. First of all, when I was reading all this stuff about Angelina Jolie, because I didn't read about all her philanthropic work when I was doing the Venus Square Uranus. When I was reading up on her this time, I'm like, this woman has been busy. When I tell you she has basically gotten everything out of this moon opposition Pluto she could possibly get, and she probably still ain't done working this moon opposition Pluto, I'm like, wow. And this is what I mean about being a phenomenal person. Now, I really think she's doing this out of the kindness of her heart, even though, she got some issues and stuff like that. I think she really wants to make a difference. So she has pushed for legislation to aid child immigrants and other vulnerable children in both the US and developing nations, including the Unaccompanied Alien Child Protection Act of 2005. Remember, Pluto rules that fifth house. Jolie has also advocated for children's education since its founding and remember, Pluto's in the third, that's education, ruling the fifth, children. Since its founding at the Clinton Global Initiative annual meeting in September 2007, she has co-chaired the Education Partnership for Children of Conflict, which provides policy and funding to education programs for children in conflict-affected areas. You could even say war-torn areas, and Aries rules war. In February 2022, Jolie, with her daughter Zahara, visited Washington, D.C. for the Senate introduction of the Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act. That's very Moon and Aries opposition, Pluto and Libra. A bill designed to prevent and respond to domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking. She's also an advocate for Cadence Law, a law focusing on trauma-informed court processes. That's Moon opposition Pluto all day. And especially when you take the Mars into account. So she got Moon conjunct Mars, but also Moon conjunct Mars, Moon conjunct Jupiter. It's that Moon conjunct Mars that just gives her this fight in her to really want to see it, make a difference, to really want to change certain laws, all that. So she's an advocate for Cadence Law. And she's also an advocate for the passage of the Justice for All Reauthorization Act. She has compared the relationship to a marriage and its emotional intensity. Wait a minute. Okay, this must have been the boyfriend that she's talking about. So the boyfriend her first boyfriend, her mother allowed the boyfriend to live with them, but she compared that relationship to a marriage and its emotional intensity and said that the breakup compelled her to dedicate herself to acting at age 16. So again, the fifth house is acting and Pluto's ruling that fifth house. So it took that breakup for her to get pushed into acting. Prior to her marriage to Miller, Jolie began a relationship with model and actress Jenny Shizumu on the set of Foxfire. I saw y'all were talking about Foxfire in here. So basically, to answer some of y'all questions, she was in a movie called Foxfire. In 1997, she said, I would probably have married Jenny if I hadn't married my husband. I fell in love with her the first second I saw her. According to Shimizu, their relationship lasted several years and continued even while Jolie was romantically involved with other people. So that Moon in Aries represents Jenny, and then opposing Pluto and Libra is representing the relationship she was in while she was seeing Jenny. Jolie was involved in a prominent scandal when she was accused of causing the divorce of actors Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston in October 2005. She said she fell in love with Pitt during the filming of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but dismissed allegations of an affair, saying, to be intimate with a married man when my own father cheated on my mother is not something I could forgive. But come on, Jolie, Angelina, we know you're a seductress. Remember I said Moon opposition Pluto could deal with you being a seducer. So she can claim that she wasn't trying to push up on a married man, but I'm sure with her eyes and the way she be doing her lips, she was trying to seduce Brad Pitt while they was working on this film. I think that they were smashing. So I don't believe what she's saying in this point right here. She's just trying to make herself look good. Now, I could not look at myself in the morning if I did that. I wouldn't be attracted to a man who would cheat on his wife. During their 12-year relationship, the couple were dubbed Brangelina, a portmanteau coined by the media, and were the subject of worldwide media coverage. So again, that's that opposition. The adoption process. This is where I was raising an eyebrow. So on one hand, I think Angelina Jolie does care about these children. On the other hand, maybe she was involved in some trafficking. And remember, I said with moon opposition Pluto, you could feel forced to get involved. And if you don't, you might feel guilty or whatever like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they did try to use her, the people in the upper echelons of the world for some trafficking stuff. Because look at this. It says the adoption process was halted the following month when the US government banned adoptions from Cambodia amid allegations of child trafficking. Although Jolie's adoption facilitator was later convicted of visa fraud and money laundering, her adoption of Maddox was deemed lawful. So even if she didn't want to get caught up in this whole child trafficking thing, she got caught up in it indirectly by dealing with this adoption facilitator. Now, on February 16, 2013, at the age of 37, Jolie underwent a preventative double mastectomy after learning she had an 87% risk of developing breast cancer due to a defective BRCA1 gene. Her maternal family history warranted genetic testing for BRCA mutation. Now, remember I said some people with moon opposition Pluto could feel like they got a family curse. She might have felt like her family was cursed with cancer. So her mother had breast cancer and died of ovarian cancer, while her grandmother died of ovarian cancer. Her aunt, who had the same BRCA1 defect, died of breast cancer 3 months after Jolie's operation. Following the mastectomy, which lowered her chances of developing breast cancer to under 5%, Jolie had reconstructive surgery involving implants and allografts, transplantations from a donor. Jolie's announcement of her mastectomy attracted widespread publicity and discussion on BRCA mutations and genetic testing. So again, remember, death looming over her head. That's that moon opposition Pluto. So she felt forced to do something about this death that was looming over her head, the threat of getting cancer and dying like her mother and her aunt and her grandmother did. Next, we have the model Gia. So when I saw that Gia had moon opposition Pluto like Angelina Jolie, and Angelina Jolie played Gia in the movie Gia, which I watched for like the 50th time last night just to get a refresher, I was like, yo, I not just watched Gia, the movie, I watched a documentary about Gia too. Oh my God. This whole story with Gia touches my heart. Like, it touches me. And one of the reasons why is Gia's Mars was right on my ascendant. So her story, and I love models anyway. I've always been into fashion. I've always been into like supermodels and stuff like that. So when I learned about Gia and her tragic story, I was just like, I'm so fascinated by it and so, saddened by it as well, because she really didn't have a chance. With that moon opposition Pluto, and she had Sun and Mercury square Neptune. Like, she has some horrible aspects, and that's one of the things I wanted to mention about certain aspects dealing with outer planets in particular. So like afflictions from Neptune, afflictions from Pluto, a lot of times it's going to produce circumstances that the person has a very hard time overcoming, and some people can't overcome it at all, which is why we do need to have some level of compassion and empathy towards those people who end up becoming hardcore addicts, who end up becoming either destitute or like something tragic happens in their life and they can't make a comeback, because it's like they're trying to go up against Pluto or they're trying to go up against Neptune, and those planets are too strong for any one person to be able to battle. It takes basically a whole village to help somebody overcome some of the problems that those outer planets can produce. So Gia was a beautiful woman. young woman. She died at age 26, and she died of AIDS, and she contracted AIDS more than likely through intravenous drug use because she became a heroin addict. So this is her with all, fully done makeup. This is her without any makeup, which basically shows you that she was naturally attractive. She was naturally very pretty. But she also had an androgynous look, which explains her being an Aquarius. So she was an Aquarius sun. I believe she had Mercury in Aquarius too. Maybe Venus too in Aquarius. Let me see her chart. Oh, she had Venus in Capricorn. So she had Sun, Mercury, and Chiron in Aquarius. And she definitely wore it well with that androgyny. I always say the most beautiful people have that androgynous look, where they got that nice mix of masculine and feminine features and stuff. That's why Prince was so beautiful, because he had that androgynous look and he really played that look up. But back to Gia. Gia was a troubled woman, and she had issues, like, yes, Dr. Ken, like her mother. Her mother left her when she was, I think, 11 years old, and Gia has Mercury at the 11th degree, and she had to live with her father. And some people speculate that she was sexually abused by her father. I'm not sure, but the potential is there. I'll definitely tell you that, with that Mars conjunct Saturn in the fourth house, that she could have been dealing with some sexual abuse, especially even when you look at the sun squaring Neptune in Scorpio. That's like a father that crosses sexual boundaries. So her mother, babe, she didn't see her mother for years after her mother left home. And she grew up in a house of domestic violence, which is very moon opposition Pluto. So Gia had moon in Pisces in the fifth house, which is perfect for being a model. But then she had moon opposition Pluto. So she ultimately got what? Swallowed up. She was one of those ones that got swallowed up by the streets, but also being swallowed up, being chewed up and spit out by the modeling industry. Because when she was riding high, looking her best, everybody wanted her. Everybody wanted her for the gigs and stuff. Everybody wanted to photograph her. But then when she started going through these troubles, nobody wanted to hire her anymore and stuff. They basically rejected her. But I can't blame them, because from what they say, she was very difficult to work with. There was times where she wouldn't show up, or there was times where she would leave in the middle of a photo shoot. She would fall asleep during a photo shoot because she was high off of heroin. But yeah, very fascinating story. Now, Joseph and Kathleen, who was Gia's parents, had an unstable, violent marriage, ultimately leading to Kathleen to abandon the family when Carangi was 11 years old. So again, moon opposition Pluto, a person that has that, they're going to have that sense of void, and it could stem from their mother leaving them. Either the mother dies or the mother just leaves. And I was about to say Angelina Jolie. Gia definitely had that sense of void in her because of her mother. She felt that rejection because her mother left her. And Gia was left in a household of males. She had two brothers and a father. So she didn't have that female support. Now, Gia was described as needy and manipulative by relatives who recalled her as spoiled and shy as a child, and a mommy's girl who did not receive the motherly attention that she desired. Those who knew Gia blamed her fractured childhood for the instability and drug dependence that plagued her adult life. So it was easy for Gia to succumb to drug use because she had that moon in Pisces. Carangi moved to New York City at the age of 17, where she signed with Wilhelmina Models. She said, I started working with very good people. I mean, all the time. See, this is where moon opposition Pluto can actually help somebody. This quote right here is dealing with that moon opposition Pluto. Remember, I said some people that have that, when they set out to do something, they'll start to attract a team of support. So she said, I started working with very good people. That's that Pluto in Virgo. She said, I mean, all the time, very fast. I didn't build into a model. I just sort of became one. Well integrated within the fashion world, she had the selection of several photographers, most notably Scavullo. After her agent, mentor, and friend, Wilhelmina Cooper, died of lung cancer. So catch this. So she was abandoned by her mother, moon opposition Pluto. Then she had like a surrogate mother through Wilhelmina, who was the head of the modeling agency that she was working for. Then Wilhelmina died. So it's like that moon opposition Pluto is being reactivated. So now the void is back. She was able to fill the void of not having a mother through Wilhelmina, but then when Wilhelmina died, she basically lost it, had a nervous breakdown, and now she's doing heroin. So a devastated Carangi began using drugs and developed an addiction to heroin. Carangi's addiction soon began to affect her work. She had violent temper tantrums, walked out of photo shoots to buy drugs, and fell asleep in front of the camera. All that's Moon in Pisces opposing Pluto in Virgo. She can't even show up at work right because of the drugs. Scavullo recalled a fashion shoot with Carangi in the Caribbean. When she was crying, she couldn't find her drugs. I literally had to lay her down on her bed until she fell asleep. During one of her final location shoots for American Vogue, Carangi had red bumps in the crooks of her elbows where she had injected heroin. Despite airbrushing, some of the photos, as published in November 1980 issue, reportedly still show visible needle marks. In November 1980, Carangi left Wilhelmina Models and signed with Ford Models, but she was dropped within weeks. The rejection, that's Moon opposition Pluto. By then, her career was in steep decline. Modeling offers soon ceased, and her fashion industry friends, including Sandy Linter, refused to speak to her, fearing their association with her would harm their careers. Keep in mind that her Pluto's in the 11th house. That's her losing her friends on account of her drug addiction. And again, I can't fault these friends. I can't fault the people in the industry because I think Gia had borderline personality disorder, and those type of people are very difficult to deal with. They will write you off as soon as you do something they don't want you to do or they don't like, or if you say no to them. And when you couple the borderline personality disorder with the drug use, she was out of control. So I understand why people turn their back on her. In an attempt to quit using drugs, she moved back to Philadelphia with her mother and stepfather in February 1981. Carangi underwent a 21-day detox program, which is very Moon opposition Pluto, especially with Pluto being in Virgo, because that can deal with where you are trying to get clean. But her sobriety was short-lived. She was arrested in March 1981 after she drove into a fence in a suburban neighborhood. After a chase with police, she was taken into custody, where it was later determined she was under the influence of alcohol and cocaine. So her trying to escape the police is very Moon opposition Pluto. Scavullo photographed her for the April 1982 cover of Cosmopolitan, her last cover appearance for an American magazine. Sean Burns, Scavullo's long-term assistant, later said, what she was doing to herself finally became apparent in her pictures. I could see the change in her beauty. There was an emptiness in her eyes. Basically, he could see that void. While shooting with Scavullo on location, Gia had a total breakdown, Moon opposition Pluto. She couldn't find any scores and became tearful and unstable. So that's the same story that Scavullo was talking about. Listen to this. Just the way they word this is very Moon opposition Pluto. Gia was circling the drain. Rock bottom was just around the corner. Remember, she was being swallowed up. Carangi then mainly worked with photographer Albert Watson and found work modeling for department stores and catalogs. She appeared in an advertising campaign for Versace, shot by Richard Avedon. He hired her for the fashion house's next campaign, but during the photo shoot in late 1982, Carangi became uncomfortable and left before any usable shots of her were taken. Around this time, Carangi enrolled in an outpatient methadone program, but soon began using heroin again. By the end of 1982, she had only a few clients that were willing to hire her. Carangi's final photo shoot was for German mail order clothing catalog, Otto, whatever, in Tunisia. She was sent home during the shoot for using heroin. So this is what I mean. She had Moon in Pisces opposition Pluto in Virgo, and considering the circumstances of her youth, she didn't have a chance. Once she started that heroin, she was at that point of no return. She got swallowed up. Now, she was admitted to an intense drug treatment program at Eagleville Hospital in December 1984. By late 1985, she had begun using drugs again and was engaging in prostitution in Atlantic City. So this is the issue of cosmetology. Why can't I pronounce that word tonight? Cosmopolitan that they were talking about. Do you see how they have her sitting on her hands and they got her arms? The dress is like covering up most of her arms. That's because she had those track marks on her arms and they were trying to hide it. So again, the Cosmopolitan cover featured Gia with both her arms hidden by the full skirt of her dress. The awkward pose was the only solution to cover up how disfigured Gia's arms had become from her continued use of needles. So she had two horrible aspects. Well, you could say three when you include Mercury. She had Moon opposition Pluto, which could deal with hardcore drug addiction because the moon's in Pisces. And then she has Sun and Mercury square Neptune in Scorpio. That's another aspect that could deal with hardcore drug addiction. So again, Gia didn't have a chance. After this disastrous shoot, Gia had no choice. Remember I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with where you feel like you have no choice. Gia had no choice but to resort to modeling for department stores and catalogs. But even then, fate offered her another shot at redemption. All right, let's move on. Now we got Billy Bob Thornton. So I included him next because Billy Bob Thornton used to be married to Angelina Jolie. So he has moon opposition Pluto, and so does Angelina Jolie. I guess like attracts like in some cases. So Billy Bob Thornton, he got this wicked stellium in Leo. I mean, it's insane. He got Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Sun, Mars, and Pluto all in Leo. Like, this is a dude that's not compromising what he wants for anybody. So he's going to have a hard time being in a relationship with anybody. So he got Moon in Aquarius opposing Pluto in Leo. That moon is in the 7th house. So that's really going to affect his relationships with women. And then Pluto is in that 1st house. I mean, this chart is ridiculous. So the son of Virginia Roberta, a self-proclaimed psychic, which is very moon opposition Pluto, especially with that moon being in Aquarius. Thornton lived in numerous places in Arkansas. Remember I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with unstable living situations, including Alpine, Malvern, and Mount Holly. He was raised Methodist in an extended family in a shack that had no electricity or plumbing. Remember I said moon opposition, hey, Tara, remember I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with plumbing issues. And then with that moon being in Aquarius, that's electricity. So he was in a home with no electricity or plumbing. Thornton played a malicious mall Santa in 2003's Bad Santa, a Black comedy that performed well at the box office and established him as a leading comic actor. And in the same year, portrayed a womanizing president of the United States in the British romantic comedy film Love Actually. I never saw that movie. I'm going to check it out. He stated that following the success of Bad Santa, audiences like to watch him play that kind of guy. So him basically channeling that dark energy of Pluto into playing a bad guy like Bad Santa is very moon opposition Pluto. And that casting directors called him up when they needed an asshole. Now, remember I said moon opposition Pluto can deal with being stereotyped. So once he played Bad Santa, it was like he was being pigeonholed, stereotyped as the bad guy. And basically those were the roles he was getting. Remember he played the bad guy in Monsters Ball. Well, he started off as a bad guy. And isn't it interesting? He got Pluto, all that Leo energy, and he got with, well, I can't say he got with Halle Berry, but people speculate that they was really having sex on that couch for real in Monsters Ball. it looked like they could have been doing some real shit in that movie. But isn't it interesting that Halle Berry is a Leo and he has that wicked Leo stellium? He got Moon in Aquarius opposing Pluto and Leo. He might have caught some flack for being in that sex scene with Halle, maybe by some of his white counterparts. Who knows? But I just find that interesting. So he referred to this when he said, it's kind of that simple. You know how narrow the imagination in this business can be. Also, keep in mind that the subject matter of the movie Monsters Ball was very much about racial hatred, wasn't it? Because he was a racist and his father was an even bigger racist. And the son was in conflict and the son ended up committing suicide. Remember I said that Moon opposition Pluto could play out as suicide? So those themes are basically like his Moon opposition Pluto was really helping him to tap into that energy for that role with the racial hatred, all that. Now, in 2014, Thornton starred as a sociopathic hitman, Lorne Malvo, in the FX miniseries Fargo, inspired by the 1996 film of the same name, for which he won a Golden Globe for Best Actor in a miniseries. Thornton has been married 6 times, y'all. 6 times. Count it. 6 times. Let me see if he got the number 6 in his chart. Well, he got Mars at the 15th degree. That breaks down to 6. Let me see. Does he have any on the cusp? So he has South Node at the 24th degree. That breaks down to 6. But yeah, when you got Aquarius on the 7th house cusp, you could have multiple marriages. And the moon in the 7th house can deal with multiple marriages as well. And then that moon opposition Pluto explains why he got divorced all those times, because he really can't deal with women. See, with that moon in Aquarius opposing Pluto in Leo, he would probably say, yeah, whenever I get with a woman, she tries to change me. And I refuse to change who I am to please a woman. And then next thing you know, he's getting divorced again because this woman is trying to change him and he's refusing to be changed. Especially because he got Sun conjunct Mars. That could be somebody that's very headstrong. And especially in Leo, you know, Leo can produce a very manly man. And Billy Bob Thornton, he is on that more masculine looking type of man. And even in terms of like his demeanor and stuff like that, a lot of times Leo men are not going to bend to your will. It's just not going to happen. Like we're talking about the King of Wands in tarot. The King of Wands don't bend for no woman. Now he might love a woman. He might even treat her good, but he's not going to be a punk for no woman. So he's probably constantly dealing with that with the women that he marries, including Angelina Jolie. All right, more. Let me see. So he's been married 6 times, it says. He has 4 children by 3 women. From 1978 to 1980, he was married to Melissa Lee Gatlin, who in her divorce petition cited incompatibility and adultery on his part. They had a daughter, Amanda, who in 2008 was sentenced to 20 years in prison for the death of her friend's 1-year-old daughter. Damn. Amanda was freed in 2020 after a deal was reached with prosecutors prior to an evidentiary hearing to provide medical and scientific evidence of her innocence. Thornton married actress Toni Lawrence in 1986. They separated the following year and divorced in 1988 because she was trying to change him. From 1990 to 1992, he was married to actress Cinda Williams. This is what floored me. I didn't know he was married to Cinda Williams. I was like, yo. So again, remember the race themes that come with Moon opposition Pluto. He got you. A lot of y'all don't know who Cinda Williams is, but that's the chick that played in Mo Better Blues, Spike Lee's movie. She played Clark, the light-skinned chick. And she also played in Caught Up, and she played in a few other films too. I had no idea that they were married at some point. I was like, what? I was like, Billy Bob Thornton really got the jungle fever. Like, Monsters Ball was actually his reality and shit. Like, yo, like that shit's crazy. But anyway, yeah, he got a love for the brown sugar, obviously. Now, in 1993, Thornton married Playboy model Pietra Dawn Cherniak, with whom he had 2 sons. The marriage ended in 1996 with Cherniak accusing Thornton of spousal abuse, sometimes in front of children. Thornton dated Laura Dern, despite reports they were never engaged, from 1997 and 1999, but in 2000 he married actress Angelina Jolie, with whom he started in Pushing 10, and who was 20 years his junior. The marriage became known for the couple's eccentric displays of affection. That word eccentric, very moon in Aquarius, which reportedly included wearing vials of each other's blood around their necks. Thornton later clarified that the vials were actually two small lockets, each containing only a single drop of blood. Now, you know that was Angelina Jolie's idea. So again, he probably looked at her like, she's trying to change me, and I'm not having it. Now, Thornton and Jolie announced the adoption of a child from Cambodia in March 2002, but it was later revealed that Jolie had adopted the child as a single parent. They separated in June 2002 and divorced the following year. Okay. What's this going on? Okay. Now, during his early years in Los Angeles, Thornton was admitted to a hospital and diagnosed with myocarditis. Now, of course, with all that Leo energy, he's going to have some heart problems. Leo rules the heart. So he was admitted to the hospital with myocarditis, a heart condition brought on by malnutrition. He has since said that he follows a vegan diet and is extremely healthy. Now, some people with moon opposition Pluto, they might avoid eating certain foods. So eating no junk food, as he is allergic to wheat and dairy. Thornton has obsessive compulsive disorder. Various idiosyncratic behaviors have been well documented in interviews with Thornton. Among these is a phobia of antique furniture. When I read that, I was cracking up. I was like, that's his moon in Aquarius, because, you know, Aquarius deals with modern things, futuristic things. So he has a phobia of antique furniture, a disorder shared by Dwight Yoakam's character Doyle Hargraves in the Thornton pen Sling Blade, and by Thornton's own character in the 2001 film Bandits. Additionally, he has stated that he has a fear of certain types of silverware, a trait assumed by his character in 2001 Monsters Ball, in which Grotowski insists on a plastic spoon for his daily bowl of ice cream. In a 2004 interview with The Independent, Thornton explained, "It's just that I won't use real silver, you know, like the big old heavy ass forks and knives. I just can't do that. It's the same thing as the antique furniture. I just don't like old stuff. I'm creeped out by it. I have no explanation why. I don't have a phobia about American antiques. It's mostly French, you know, like the big old gold carved chairs with velvet cushions, the Louis XIV type. That's what creeps me out. I can spot the imitation antiques a mile off. They have a different vibe, not as much dust." Thornton is a self-described brony, a male fan of My Little Pony. Friendship is magic. All right, now we're going to move on to the greatest. And it is Capricorn season. And I think his birthday is coming up, right? Because I think he was born on the 17th. Let me see. Yup. Muhammad Ali's birthday is in 2 days. You know, he was the greatest at one point. He was the champ. He was the people's people, or the people's champion, I guess you could say. I love this picture of Muhammad Ali right here. I think it just says so much about who he was and how he wasn't going to allow nobody to intimidate him, and he always tried to intimidate his opponents, but he was funny with it at the same time. Now, Muhammad Ali, his moon is in Aquarius opposing his Pluto, but also Chiron as well. It's a wide opposition, but combined with Chiron, it was still very much playing out in his life. And that moon in Aquarius is dealing with him being rebellious and also being an activist. So it says in 1966, Ali refused to be drafted into the military owing to his religious beliefs and ethical opposition to the Vietnam War, and was found guilty of draft evasion and stripped of his boxing titles. Being stripped of his boxing titles is so moon opposition Pluto and Chiron in Leo. Ali's actions as a conscientious objector to the Vietnam War made him an icon for the larger counterculture of the 1960s generation, and he was a very high-profile figure of racial pride for African Americans during the civil rights movement. And that moon is in that sixth house, and that sixth house is very much dealing with civil rights. Let me see, civil rights movement. And throughout his career as a Muslim, Ali was initially affiliated with Elijah Muhammad's Nation of Islam. He later disavowed the NOI, adhering to Sunni Islam. Ali thrived in the spotlight at the time when many boxers let their managers do the talking, and he became renowned for his provocative, remember I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with being provocative, his provocative and outlandish persona. He was famous for trash talking, often freestyled with rhyme schemes and spoken word poetry, like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee type stuff, and has been recognized as a pioneer in hip hop. He often predicted in which round he would knock out his opponent. Now, you could look at that in one or two ways. Either he knew what round he was going to knock out his opponent because the fights were fixed, and I do think some of his fights were fixed because a number of his wins was the ref basically stopping the fight because the opponent basically, the ref saw the opponent as not being able to handle any more hits from Ali. So a lot of Ali's wins were stopped. Like the ref stopped the fight and declared Ali the winner. But of course, he won some fights where it was a straight up knockout as well. But that moon in Aquarius can cause him to be very intuitive. So I do believe what he's saying when he's saying he could predict the round when he was going to knock out his opponent. Maybe not all the time, but maybe some of the time. Oh, yeah, I think I have that in there, Mind Hunter, about him throwing that metal into the water. And he said he never did that. Now, his mother recalled one occasion when he was denied a drink of water at the store. Remember, moon opposition, Pluto rejection, also racial hatred. They wouldn't give him one because of his color. That really affected him. He was also strongly affected by the 1955 murder of Emmett Till, which led to young Clay and a friend taking out their frustration by vandalizing a local rail yard. He once told his daughter Hannah, "Nothing would ever shake me up more than the story of Emmett Till." Look, I'm going to tell you, that story shook me up too. I will never forget the first time I saw that picture of Emmett Till. It was in Jet magazine, and they had a picture of him before he got beat to death. And then they had a picture of him after. They had a picture of his dead body in a coffin because Emmett Till's mother wanted an open casket funeral because she wanted to see what these monsters did to her son. So I remember I was at my grandmother's house, and I think I must have been like maybe 8 years old at the time. And they were featuring Emmett Till in Jet magazine. And I remember I saw that picture of him in the casket, and it scared me for years after that. I was so scared to go to sleep that night. I kept on seeing that image in my head. It like traumatized me. So I know what Muhammad Ali is talking about with that picture. And then when you find out that they beat him to death simply because he supposedly whistled at a white woman, that really, like that Emmett Till story really really touched people. And it really touched me, and it scared me. It scared me about how evil some people could be just based off of race. Now, Larry Holmes was his sparring partner for a long time. Other than fighting Ali when he was over the hill, him and other boxers compare Ali's punching power with the likes of Frazier, Ernie Shavers, Foreman, etc. Now, this right here is dealing with that moon in Aquarius opposing that Pluto. Chiron, too. They described it as an electric jolt that would go down to your legs or through your entire body. So, Ali giving these hits that feel like electric shocks or electric jolts, that's that moon in Aquarius. George Foreman, awesome fight. Nobody thought Muhammad Ali had a chance. Should have called Ali the Shocker. Again, that's that moon in Aquarius. People talking about him, about his fighting style. That's that Pluto. And that moon in the sixth house, that's dealing with boxing, because the sixth house deals with boxing. In 1984, he made public his diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome, which some reports attributed to boxing-related injuries, though he and his specialist physicians disputed this. All right, let's move on. We have the infamous John Lennon. Now, you know, John Lennon was one of the Beatles, one of the Fab Five, and, you know, he was dealing with some controversy. Moon opposition Pluto can deal with a person that gets caught up in some controversy. He was another one that really felt a need to get involved and support people and support causes and all that type of stuff. But I think there was a part of him that was a bit misguided, especially when that damn Yoko Ono came into his life. And remember what I said about that moon opposition Pluto. It can, oh God, I gotta stop using my scroll to, yeah. Remember I told you that moon opposition Pluto, it can result in attracting a woman who's very manipulative and controlling. So when John Lennon got with Yoko Ono, that's when the Beatles fell apart, because one of the, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me just read what I have on these slides. So John Lennon, being a Libra, makes sense. He looked like a Libra. Very much about a pacifist. What did he say? All we're saying, give peace a chance. That's so Libra. Him being in the group The Beatles, that's very Libra. So he had Sun, North Node, and Mars in Libra. He had another, this is another Aquarius moon opposition Pluto. So John Lennon got involved as an activist, and that's very moon in Aquarius. Now, when he eventually came home 6 months later, hold on, he offered to look after the family. Oh, this is talking about his father. So when John Lennon's father eventually came home 6 months later, he offered to look after the family, but Julia, his mother, by then pregnant with another man's child, rejected the idea. After her sister Mimi complained to Liverpool Social Services twice, Julia gave her custody of Lennon. So again, having a unstable upbringing, there was a point where his mother lost custody of him and his aunt ended up getting custody of him. Now, in July 1946, Lennon's father visited her and took his son to Blackpool, secretly intending to immigrate to New Zealand with him. Julia followed them with her partner at the time, Bobby Dykins. And after a heated argument, his father forced the 5-year-old to choose between them. Here's another snippet of his life that deals with moon opposition Pluto. On July 15, 1958, at the age of 44, Julia Lennon was struck and killed by a car while she was walking home after visiting the Smiths' house. So John Lennon lost his mother at a young age when he was still a teenager. His mother's death traumatized the teenage Lennon, who for the next 2 years drank heavily and frequently got into fights, consumed by a blind rage. Julia's memory would later serve as a major creative inspiration for Lennon, inspiring songs such as the 1968 Beatles song Julia. Adding to the tensions at the Beatles recording sessions, here's where Yoko Ono comes in. Lennon insisted on having his new girlfriend, the Japanese artist Yoko Ono, beside him. And yes, isn't Yoko an Aquarius, which fits his Aquarius moon to the T? And, you know, Aquarius can be out there, they could be weird, they could be strange, and she definitely was. So when you're dealing with that moon opposition Pluto like he was, and your moon's in Aquarius, and you get with a woman that's an Aquarius, it's just going to exacerbate the potential for that woman to be very controlling, manipulative, low down, cutthroat, you name it. Oh, but yeah, this is where she's coming in between him and the Beatles. So it says, adding to the tensions at the Beatles recording sessions that year, Lennon insisted on having his new girlfriend, the Japanese artist Yoko Ono, beside him, thereby contravening the band's policy regarding wives and girlfriends in the studio. So again, he's another one where he was getting with women that tried to change him. So she's changing up the whole dynamic of the Beatles because they're like, no wives allowed in the studio. And she's like, to hell with that. I'm coming in the studio. Now, Lennon and Ono were married on the 20th of March, 1969, and soon released a series of 14 lithographs called Bag One, depicting scenes from their honeymoon, 8 of which were deemed indecent and most of which were banned and confiscated. They were photographed naked quite a bit. That nudity is coming from that Aquarius moon. In protest, that's Moon and Aquarius, in protest at Britain's involvement in the Nigeria Biafra thing, namely the Nigerian Civil War, its support of America in the Vietnam War, and perhaps jokingly against cold turkey, slipping down the charts, Lennon returned his MBE medal to the Queen, and that would represent that Pluto in Leo. Pluto and Leo is representing the Queen. This gesture had no effect on his MBE status, which could be renounced, but ultimately only the sovereign has the power to annul the original award. The medal, together with Lennon's letter, is held at the Central Chancery of the Orders of Knighthood. So basically, he was knighted, and then because he didn't like how England was involved with the whole South Africa thing, or wait a minute, what was it? Hold on. Let me go back to it. He basically wanted to give his medal representing knighthood back. So it was a Nigerian Biafra thing. Okay, not South Africa, my bad. And then it says the Beatles were performing at Liverpool's Cavern Club in November 1961 when they were introduced to Brian Epstein. Now, this part about his life is interesting. So they were introduced to Brian Epstein after a midday concert. Epstein was homosexual and closeted. And according to biographer Philip Norman, one of Epstein's reasons for wanting to manage the group was that he was attracted to Lennon. Almost as soon as Julian was born, Lennon went on holiday to Spain with Epstein, which led to speculation about their relationship. When he was later questioned about it, Lennon said, well, it was almost a love affair, but not quite. It was never consummated, but it was a pretty intense relationship. Now, it was my first experience with a homosexual that I was conscious was homosexual. Now, we used to sit in a cafe, he said, in Torremolinos, looking at all the boys, and I would say, do you like that one? Do you like this one? I was rather enjoying the experience, thinking like a writer all the time. I am experiencing this. Soon after their return from Spain at McCartney's 21st birthday party in June 1963, Lennon physically attacked Cavern Club Master of Ceremonies Bob Wooler for saying, how was your honeymoon, John? The MC, known for his wordplay and affectionate but cutting remarks, was making a joke, but 10 months had passed since Lennon's marriage, and deferred honeymoon was still 2 months in the future. Lennon was drunk at the time, and the matter was simple. He called me a queer, so I battered his bloody ribs in. After spending a holiday in Greece, Cynthia arrived home at Kenwood to find Lennon sitting on the floor with Ono. So Cynthia was his first wife, in terry cloth robes, and left the house to stay with friends, feeling shocked and humiliated. A few weeks later, Alexis Mardas informed Powell that Lennon was seeking a divorce and custody of Julian. She received a letter stating that Lennon was doing so on the grounds of her adultery with Italian hotelier Roberto Bassanini, an accusation which Powell denied. After negotiations, Lennon capitulated and agreed to let her divorce him on the same grounds. The case was settled out of court in November 1968. Lennon, who had been inhibited by Ono in this regard, began to reestablish contact with other relatives and friends. By December, he and Peng were considering a house purchase, and he refused to accept Ono's telephone calls. In January 1975, he agreed to meet Ono, who claimed to have found a cure for smoking. I think Yoko Ono put a spell on John Lennon because he was trying to break free from her, and he ended up going back to her. After the meeting, he failed to return home or call Peng. When Peng telephoned the next day, Peng was his girlfriend at the time. Ono told her that Lennon was unavailable because he was exhausted after hypnotherapy session. 2 days later, Lennon reappeared at a joint dental appointment. He was stupefied and confused to such an extent that Peng believed he had been brainwashed. Lennon told Peng that his separation from Ono was now over, although Ono would allow him to continue seeing her as his mistress. Lennon and Ono used their honeymoon as a bed-in for peace at the Amsterdam Hilton Hotel. The March 1969 event attracted worldwide media ridicule. During a second bed-in 3 months later at the Queen Elizabeth Hotel in Montreal, Lennon wrote and recorded Give Peace a Chance. Released as a single, the song was quickly interpreted as an anti-war anthem and sung by 250,000 demonstrators against the Vietnam War in Washington, D.C. So again, with that moon opposition Pluto, he was very much about getting involved. Following the impact of Give Peace a Chance and Happy Xmas on the anti-war movement, the Nixon administration heard rumors of Lennon's involvement in a concert to be held in San Diego at the same time as the Republican National Convention and tried to have him deported. So I mentioned moon opposition Pluto can result in being deported. Nixon believed that Lennon's anti-war activities could cost him his re-election. He had to resign anyway. Now, Republican Senator Strom Thurmond suggested in a February 1972 memo that deportation would be a strategic countermeasure against Lennon. The next month, the United States Immigration and Naturalization Service began deportation proceedings, arguing that his 1968 misdemeanor conviction for cannabis possession in London had made him ineligible for admission to the United States. Lennon spent the next 3.5 years in and out of deportation hearings until October 8, 1975, when a court of appeals barred the deportation attempt, stating the courts will not condone selective deportation based upon secret political grounds. So here's his assassination in New York at approximately 5 p.m. on December 8, 1980. Lennon autographed a copy of Double Fantasy for Mark David Chapman before leaving the Dakota with Ono for a recording session at the record plant. After the session, Lennon and Ono returned to the Dakota in a limousine around 10:50 p.m. They left the vehicle and walked through the archway of the building. Chapman then shot Lennon twice in the back and twice in the shoulder. At close range, Lennon was rushed in a police cruiser to the emergency room at Roosevelt Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival at 11:15 p.m. All right, that's enough about John Lennon. Let's move up to more modern times. Everybody should know who this is. And y'all know that he's been in a heap of trouble over the years. Chris Brown. Lord have mercy. Let's get it on. So Chris Brown, he started off with a troubled upbringing. He grew up in a household where domestic violence was taking place. So Chris Brown, Taurus, he has Moon in Taurus opposing Pluto and Scorpio. So he got the same hookup as you, Kawaii Honey. Moon in Taurus opposing Pluto and Scorpio. Now it says at the same time, Brown was going through personal issues. His parents had divorced, and his mother's boyfriend terrified him by subjecting her to domestic violence. In a 2017 self-documentary, Welcome to My Life, Brown goes into detail about the abusive relationship. Brown said that when he was 6, his mother's partner shot himself in the head, but he did not die. The gunshot blinded him. The physical impairment only added to his rage. His mother's partner took his anger and frustration out on Hawkins. I had to hear my mom get beat up every night. I'd pee on myself, just scared to even walk out into the hallway because I didn't want to see nothing. At around 12:30 a.m. on February 8, 2009, Brown and his then-girlfriend, singer Rihanna, had an argument that escalated into physical violence. with Brown causing Rihanna visible, severe facial injuries, which require hospitalization. Brown turned himself in to the Los Angeles Police Department's Wilshire station at 6:30 p.m. and was booked under suspicion of making criminal threats. So the fact that he was booked under the suspicion of making criminal threats, that's very moon opposition Pluto. On June 22nd, 2009, Brown pleaded guilty to felony assault and accepted a plea deal of community labor, 5 years of probation, and domestic violence counseling. On August 25th, Brown received 5 years of probation. He was ordered to attend 1 year of domestic violence counseling and undergo 6 months of community service. The judge retained a 5-year restraining order on Brown, which required him to remain 50 yards away from Rihanna, reduced to 10 yards at public events. During his commercial success and stardom, Brown has long struggled with mental health issues and addiction. In his Welcome to My Life documentary, Brown revealed that he has contemplated suicide following the Rihanna incident. The singer unveiled during a 2013 interview with The Guardian, because he thought his relationship was over. He thought he thought his career was over. That's probably why he was contemplating suicide, not because he felt guilty about what he did. But he did make a comeback. Remember, I said people with moon opposition Pluto are known to make comebacks. And he did make a comeback after that whole situation. Because I was thinking when it all went down that his career might have been over as well. But how soon we forget. Now, the singer unveiled during a 2013 interview with The Guardian that he lost his virginity at the age of 8 to a girl who was 14 or 15 at the time, justifying the episode with the countryside context in which he grew up. In 2013, Brown was sentenced to 90 days in rehab by a Los Angeles Superior Court judge to fulfill the terms of his probation for the Rihanna incident. While at the rehab facility, Brown was formally diagnosed with bipolar disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. The rehab facility stated that Brown will require close supervision by a physician to ensure his bipolar mental health condition remains stable. It is not uncommon for patients with post-traumatic stress disorder and bipolar 2 to use substances to self-medicate. Their biochemical mood swings and trauma triggers. The clinical team at the rehab facility also attributed Brown's aggression to his untreated mental health disorder, severe sleep deprivation, inappropriate self-medicating, and untreated PTSD. On October 30th, 2013, Brown voluntarily entered rehab. After Brown completed his 90 days, the judge ordered him to remain a resident at the Malibu treatment facility until a hearing on April 23rd, 2014. The deal was if Brown left rehab, he would go to jail. On March 14th, 2014, Brown was kicked out of rehab facility and sent to Northern Neck Regional Jail for violating the internal rules. He was expected to be released on April 23rd, 2014, but a judge denied his release request from custody either on bail or his own recognizance. In 2017, Brown's ex-girlfriend, Karrueche Tran, was granted a 5-year restraining order against him by a judge in Santa Monica after she shared text messages and voicemails in court where Brown threatened her and demanded she return diamond rings and other gifts during their relationship. Now, him demanding that she return them diamond rings and other gifts, that's his moon in Taurus. So that moon opposition Pluto can make him what we used to call back in the day an Indian giver. I don't know where they came up with that term. Now, in the early hours of August 30th, 2016, a woman called the police and accused Brown of threatening her with a gun inside his house. Police were called, but Brown denied them entry without a warrant. When they returned with one, Brown refused them entry and began what news sources referred to as a standoff with the LAPD, including the Robbery Homicide Division and SWAT team. So him having a standoff with the SWAT team is very moon in Taurus, opposing Pluto and Scorpio. During this time, Brown was seen posting videos on Instagram in which he rails against the police and the media coverage of the activity at his house. He denounced media reports that he was barricaded inside his house, complained about the helicopters flying overhead, and called the police idiots and the worst gang in the world. He said that he was innocent, and what I do care about is you are defacing my name. I did say Moon opposition Pluto could deal with defamation of character. He said, you are defacing my name and my character and integrity. Brown was arrested and later released from jail on $250,000 bail. So having a post bail, that's very Moon and Taurus opposing Pluto and Scorpio. On September 1st, 2016, Brown's lawyer, Mark Garagos, stated that there was no standoff and that with regard to the LAPD search, nothing was found to corroborate her statement. Charges were later dropped after prosecutors declined to arraign Brown on the felony charges. Brown later sued the accuser for defamation, prevailing in the lawsuit after it was ruled that the defendant brought to court false and defamatory statements about Brown. Through her incriminating text messages where she said Brown kicked her out of his house because she called his friend jewelry fake, and she was going to set him up and call the cops and say that he tried to shoot her. Brown later told Good Morning America, my character has been defaced. I'm glad that all my real supporters know me and know the truth, and they'll see the truth. In January 2022, so this is most recently, a woman filed a civil suit against Brown of raping her on a yacht in Miami in December 2020. The woman attempted to sue Brown for $20 million. Brown denied the allegations and later submitted text messages and voicemails to the Miami Police Department, which indicated a consensual relationship with the accuser. In the text messages, the woman is seen courting Brown in lewd language and bare naked selfies almost immediately after the alleged rape took place. According to TMZ, Brown countersued the accuser for defamation, and the accuser's lawyer withdrew from the case after she was made aware of the messages and voicemails Brown submitted to Miami police. The lawsuit against Brown was dropped in August 2022. All right, enough about Chris Brown. Let's move on to a woman. I know some of y'all don't like that word female. I don't understand why some people have a problem with the word female. I understand like some men might say it and say it with like this disgust, you females. But I mean, it's a scientific term. Female, male. But, you know. So we got Pink. You know, Pink went through a total transformation. She started off being more about that blue-eyed soul, or you could say she was trying to make her start kind of like in the R&B hip-hop type of genre. And it did seem like she was out of place. I ain't even gonna lie. Even though I did like a couple of the songs she made back then, like There You Go and You Make Me Sick. But then she broke out and became a whole new personality and became more on that punk level, more on that rock girl level, more on that edgy level. She's always kept her hair short though, and you know, she looks good with short hair. I don't think she would look good with long hair. Has anybody ever seen Pink with long hair? Now, Pink is a Virgo, and she has Moon in Aries opposing Pluto in Libra. That Moon in Aries explains why she got that violent streak. Now, in high school, Pink joined her first band, Middle Ground, but it was disbanded upon losing a battle of the band's competition. As a teenager, she wrote lyrics as an outlet for her feelings, and her mother commented her initial writings were very introspective. Some of it was very Black and very deep, almost worrisome. So Pink was tapping in with her Moon in Aries in the third house, opposing that Pluto in the ninth. She was tapping into that dark side through her writings. At 16, Pink and two other teenage girls, Sharon Flanagan and Chrissy Conway, formed the R&B group Choice. So like I said, when she first started off, she had longer hair when okay. So I'm talking about that R&B group right now, Shamanic. Now, So, like it says, she first got her start in the R&B genre. So at 16, Pink and two other teenage girls, Sharon Flanagan and Chrissy Conway, formed the R&B group Choice. A copy of their first song, Key to My Heart, was sent to LaFace Records in Atlanta, Georgia, where L.A. Reid overheard it and arranged for the group to fly there so he could see them perform. After that, he signed them to a record deal. Since the three girls were under 18 at the time, their parents had to co-sign the contract. So her being in a group but then ended up being solo, that's very Moon and Aries opposition Pluto and Libra. The group relocated to Atlanta and recorded an album, which was never released, but Key to My Heart appeared on the soundtrack to the 1996 film Kazam. During a Christmas party, Reid gave Pink an ultimatum: go solo or go home. That is so Moon and Aries opposition Pluto and Libra. Choice disbanded in 1998. I would have went solo too. I would have been like, see y'all. Now, tired of being marketed as another cookie cutter pop act, as well as eager both to be seen as a more serious songwriter and musician and to perform the type of music she wanted to, Pink took her sound in a new direction and sought more artistic or creative control. Remember, I said that Moon opposition Pluto could produce situations where it's like control or be controlled. So here she's seeking more creative control during the recording of her second album, Misunderstood. She recruited Linda Perry, former singer of 4 Non-Blondes, one of Pink's favorite groups in her teenage years. Pink moved into Perry's Los Angeles home, where the pair spent several months writing songs for the album. So this is the support she's getting through that Moon opposition Pluto. Perry co-wrote and co-produced the album with Dallas Austin and Scott Storch. And according to VH1's Driven program, Antonio L.A. Reid of LaFace Records was not initially content with the new music Pink was making. The album name Misunderstood, because of Pink's belief that people had a wrong image of her, was released in November 2001. Aside from her music, Pink has been noted for her fashion styles, such as her adventurous hairstyles, which have ranged from fluorescent spikes. Keep in mind, she got Moon in Aries, which is dealing with her hair. So Pink has been noted for fashion styles such as her adventurous hairstyles, which have ranged from fluorescent spikes to pink streaked dreadlocks to a pitch black skater cut. Billboard described her style as androgynous and gender bending. She told InStyle, I'm eclectic. I'm a tomboy, but I'm kind of a hippie and kind of a gangster. I don't know if that's a good thing, but it's my thing. On August 21st, 2018, Pink stopped her concert in Brisbane for a grieving fan. A girl named Lee lost her mother 1 month before the concert, and she and her family hung up signs all around the concert saying, my name is Lee. I'm 14 years old. I lost my beautiful mom last month. I would love a hug, please. The signs grabbed Pink's attention. And this is what I mean about Moon opposition Pluto, where the person is going to get involved. So just to reiterate what I said about that 4th and the 10th house, let me use Pink's chart as an example. So Pink has that Moon opposition Pluto. Pluto is conjoined to the midheaven. Like I said, I ascribe the mother to that 10th house, which means the midheaven is representing the mother as well. So, because the midheaven is the cusp of the 10th house. So remember, it was the death of a concert goer's mother that got Pink involved and caused Pink to, again, let me see what she did. Let me go back. Okay. So a girl named Lee lost her mother 1 month before the concert, and she and her family hung up signs all around the concert saying, my name is Lee, I'm 14 years old. So it's saying the signs grabbed Pink's attention. So again, Pink is feeling for this girl. And when you got Libra on the midheaven, that could deal with someone else's mother. Pluto in Libra on the midheaven, that could deal with the death of someone else's mother. That touches Pink. You see what I'm saying? All right. Just wanted to put that out there. All right, moving forward. On Women's Equality Day in 2019, Gilly and Mark Art unveiled a bronze sculpture of Pink as part of a Statues for Equality mission. Her being very much about equality is very much about that opposition. Pink met professional motocross racer Carrie Hart at the 2001 X Games in Philadelphia. Following a brief separation in 2003, Pink proposed to Hart in June 2005 during a Mammoth Lakes motocross race. She was assisting in his race and wrote, "Will you marry?" Oh, this is the part that's like Moon opposition Pluto, but not in a good way. So she stopped the race of her soon-to-be husband. She stopped him in the middle of his race with a sign saying, "Will you marry me?" And he either did not notice or ignored it and continued for another lap. Then Pink added "serious" to the board and he pulled off the track to a set. She then made him finish the race. So that's showing where she could be, controlling and wanting to stop a race just so she can get her point across. Now, after months of speculation, Pink announced in February 2008 that she and Hart had separated. Hart subsequently appeared in the video for her 2008 song "So What," which deals with their separation. The couple sought marriage counseling during their separation in hopes of reconciliation. In February 2010, Pink confirmed that she and Hart were back together. So again, a lot of times with Pluto oppositions, you might think you're breaking up only to get back together. The comeback. Now, 2020, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, Pink announced that she and her 3-year-old son, Jamison, showed symptoms for COVID-19, and she subsequently tested positive but fully recovered. She also announced donations of $500,000 each to the Temple University Hospital Fund in Philadelphia, where her mother worked for nearly 2 decades, and the City of Los Angeles Mayor's Emergency COVID-19 Crisis Fund. So this is another example of Moon opposition Pluto, where she feels like she has to get involved on a philanthropic level, especially because she went through the COVID herself. Now, she has had asthma her whole life, and the initial days of fighting the virus exacerbated her condition. So remember I said with Moon opposition Pluto, you could have a life-threatening condition, and asthma is certainly a life-threatening condition. All right, next we have, and what's funny, Kauai, she showed up on the video I did for Venus square Uranus. Tyra Banks. She got Moon opposition Pluto, but it makes a lot of sense considering how Tyra Banks has lived her life. It makes a lot of sense in terms of her dealings with other women, especially when you think about her being on America's Next Top Model, her basically hosting the show and all the rejection that was taking place on that show. I mean, it's the nature of the beast when you have a show like that. There's going to be a number of rejections. But she also was basically spewing a lot of hatred towards some girls, just being nasty towards some girls, just throwing some girls under the bus and all that type of stuff. You know she don't have no edges left because of all those wigs and stuff she been wearing over the years. Life has snatched her edges. Her edges have gotten swallowed up. And it makes sense because she got Moon in Aries opposing Pluto. So this is another Moon in Aries opposing Pluto. So again, Aries rules the hair. Moon in Aries opposing Pluto. Those edges got swallowed up by the wigs, the wig glue, all that. Swallowed up. They were swallowed up. All right, so let's talk about some of the details about Tyra's life. Now, in 2003, Banks created the long-running reality television series America's Next Top Model, which she is executive produced and presented for the first 22 seasons, until the series cancellation in October 2015. So the fact that that series got canceled, Moon opposition Pluto, the fact that she was hosting that show and it's dealing with this, very Moon in Aries. Now, Banks is one of 4 African Americans and 7 women to have repeatedly been ranked among the world's most influential people by Time magazine. Again, I said moon opposition Pluto can cause one to be viewed as phenomenal, and she's been viewed as phenomenal at one time or another. Banks has said that while growing up, she was teased for her appearance and considered an ugly duckling. I mean, I could kind of understand that she was considered an ugly duckling. She was tall and lanky as a child, and she had that big ass forehead, which is represented by that moon in Aries too. And that moon in Aries opposition Pluto, that could deal with, there's times when those photographers were trying to cover up that big ass forehead. Now, on America's Next Top Model, Banks discussed the results of Ancestry.com. Now, why she felt the need to make it a big deal about her ancestry and her genetic bloodline. Actually, let me look at her chart to see why this was so important to her. Now, the Pluto, that moon opposition Pluto can deal with where she was very concerned with her genetic bloodline and stuff, but she also has Mercury and Scorpio. Tyra's a Sagittarius with Mercury and Scorpio. That Mercury and Scorpio a lot of times can produce questions about one's genetics. So that's her ordering that report and also sharing it with the show. So again, it says on America's Next Top Model, Banks discussed the results of Ancestry.com genealogical DNA test that gave her 79% African, 14% British, 6% Native American. In an interview, she added that she is also 1% Finnish. She had to throw that one in there. Saying I'm 14% British, 6% Native American, and 1% Finnish, and all the rest African. Now, she was rejected by 4 modeling agencies before she was signed by LA Models. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto can play out as rejection. Banks was the first Black woman. The first Black woman. That's that moon in Aries. You could be the first woman to do something when you have that moon in Aries. So Banks was the first Black woman on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue and the first African-American woman on the cover of GQ. In 1997, she received the VH1 award for Supermodel of the Year. And again, with moon in Aries opposition Pluto, that's like you stand out amongst the crowd. That year, she was the first African-American chosen for the cover of the Victoria's Secret catalog. So she was the first to do it a number of times. So that makes her phenomenal, that alone. Now, and she became a Victoria's Secret angel. Now, in 2019, Banks came out of her modeling retirement to pose for one of the 3 2019 Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue covers. So she made a comeback, which is moon opposition Pluto. The other cover models being Camille Kostick and Alex Morgan. It marked her 3rd cover for the publication, 22 years after her first. I remember one of those Sports Illustrated covers, like the men were going crazy over that cover. I think she had a red polka dot bikini on. Now, it marked her 3rd cover for the publication, 22 years after her first. She also announced that she will now go by the modeling name Banks, which I think is corny. Now, Banks dated Norwegian photographer Erik Asla during the 2010s. And in January 2016, they had a biological son born surrogacy. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto can play out as surrogacy. So it applies in her case. Now, she was quoted as apologizing about this whole Top Model stuff. So it says, I'm sorry to anybody that watched Top Model and was offended by the pictures because they didn't understand the real story behind them, or even if you did see the whole episode and you were still offended, I truly apologize because that is not my intention. Tyra said in an interview. Now, she set a lot of people against her over the years with that moon opposition Pluto. My intention is to spread beauty and break down barriers. So that Pluto in Libra is forcing her to apologize at times because that moon in Aries can cause her to go off quickly and just be saying anything, or, anything she feel like it, she gonna say it. But that Pluto is like, nope, You're going to have to apologize. Now, also in cycle 4, one contestant, Kenya, complained about being touched inappropriately by a male model, and Tyra brushed it off as the contestant not being assertive enough. See, she got Moon in Aries, so she's telling that contestant, oh, well, you weren't assertive enough. You could have defended yourself. That's how, like, a Moon in Aries woman could think, not all, but some, because Moon in Aries can make you tough, but not all women are tough like that. Now, Tyra brushed it off as a contestant not being assertive enough to control the situation. Similarly, in cycle 7, another contestant said that a male model she was paired with was being racist towards her, and Tyra and her judging panel responded that it was her job to kiss him and find a way to work together. Like, basically, Tyra is saying, deal with it, which can be very Aries moon. Like, I'm not showing you no sensitivity. I'm not showing you no damn sympathy. Just deal with it. Now, there were also instances of weight shaming. Kenya was talked to about her diet during filming and encouraged to eat better to offset her weight gain. Now, I don't see nothing wrong with saying that. Some people are just extra sensitive. But if you're going to be a model, you got to expect to receive some criticism. Now, in photo shoots, she was forced to dress as the deadly sin of gluttony and an elephant. Now, that's wrong. Now, while the show played sound effects and zoomed in on her stomach, that's really wrong what she did. She was scolded for the amount of retouching considered necessary on her photos. In cycle 7, another contestant had a storyline devoted to her weight and had to portray a giant lady circus freak and Oprah in photo shoot. Yo, Tyra ain't shit. Yo, that's crazy. Now that is just cruel. Now, another story that's drawn new scrutiny is the criticism of Cycle 6 winner Danielle, whom Tyra chided for her accent and gap between her front teeth. Now, another top model also delved into some tacky, exploitative moments, like a shoot conducted the day after a contestant was informed a friend of theirs had died, airing the conversation between a contestant and her boyfriend after the contestant admitted to cheating on him, and a ton of makeovers that feature endless rolls of young women crying on film. Off screen, another America's Next Top Model. Did I say another top? America's Next Top Model and Tyra have reportedly punished hopefuls for their personal life choices. Gina, a contestant on 2018 Cycle 24, the most recent, said that Tyra and the judges shamed her for posing for Playboy. Angelina, a two-time contestant and member of the All-Star season cast, filed a lawsuit against Tyra in 2014, alleging she was disqualified for revealing she worked as an escort. Now, they need to stop. That's being hella hypocritical because, escorting is a lot of models' side hustle. So Tyra needs to stop. Tyra probably played the role of an escort too before. Now, former judges on the show have said that they also had unpleasant experiences working with Tyra. When asked about their statements, Tyra has refused to directly answer. All right, enough about that. Next, we come to one of my favorite comedic actors. It's getting warm in here. Ooh, one of my favorite comedic actors. One of the funniest that have ever done it on film. He was responsible for the National Lampoon's franchise, the National Lampoon's Vacation, European Vacation, Christmas Vacation. We have none other than Chevy Chase. Now, Chevy Chase, he had a troubled background as well. And he has Moon in Aquarius opposing Pluto and Leo. Now, he has stated that he grew up in an upper middle class environment and that his adoptive maternal grandfather did not bequeath any assets to Chase's mother when he died. In a 2007 biography, Chase stated that he was physically and psychologically abused as a child by his mother and stepfather, John Setterquist. So he grew up in an abusive household. He grew up under an abusive mom. Chase was educated at Riverdale Country School, an independent day school in the Riverdale neighborhood of the Bronx, New York City, before being expelled. So he was expelled, which falls under the moon opposition Pluto category. Chevy once told me that people who define themselves in terms of their ancestry were like potatoes. You hear that, Tyra? The best parts of them were underground. He disdained the pretension of his mother's side of the family, as embodied by her mother, Katie. So him feeling that way is very moon opposition Pluto, especially with his moon being in Aquarius, because that can mean that you're not really, attached to that whole ancestry thing. You're kind of, indifferent towards it. Now, Chase did not enter medical school like he wanted to, which meant he was subject to the military draft. Chase was not drafted when he appeared in January 1989 as the first guest of the just launched late night The Pat Sajak Show. He said he had convinced his draft board he deserved a 4F classification by falsely claiming, among other things, that he had homosexual tendencies. Because back then, the military wasn't too keen on enlisting homosexuals. So he basically lied and said that he was gay, which is so moon in Aquarius. Now, Chase hosted Saturday Night Live 8 times until 1997, when he was reportedly banned after hitting Cherie O'Terry on the back of the head and harassing female writers. However, SNL creator and showrunner Lorne Michaels has since disputed reports that he was shocked by Chase's behavior or had banned him as a result, claims which he calls idiotic. Chase narrowly escaped death by electrocution, which is very moon in Aquarius. That moon in Aquarius is dealing with the electric. The near-death experience is moon opposition Pluto. He was doing it while he was acting, Pluto and Leo. So Chase narrowly escaped death by electrocution. I said moon opposition Pluto can produce near-death experiences during the filming of Modern Problems in 1980, during a sequence in which Chase's character wears landing lights as he dreams that he is in an airplane. Aquarius also rules airplanes. The lights malfunction and an electric current passed through Chase's arm, back, and neck muscles. The near-death experience caused Chase to experience a period of deep depression, as his marriage to Jacqueline had ended just prior to the start of filming. Now, throughout the filming of Community, seasons 1 through 4, Chase became increasingly frustrated and uncomfortable with the direction of his character, Pierce, who was a bigot. It was reported that in 2012, Chase snapped and launched the tirade, airing his frustration and suggesting that the way things with Pierce are going, he may next be asked to call Troy or Shirley the N-word. While Chase apologized for his outburst, he proceeded to leave the show. So again, remember racial situations. He got caught up in a racial situation where he had to play a bigot, and he wasn't down with it because he was like, soon they're going to make me say the N-word. Control or be controlled. Now, after a mutual agreement with the network, his character was abruptly written out of the 4th season of Community. And also an active environmentalist and philanthropist, Chase holds liberal political views. He raised money for Bill Clinton in the 1990s and for John Kerry in the 2004 presidential election. In 2004, he mocked President George W. Bush during a speech at a People for the American Way benefit at the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts, where he referred to Bush as an uneducated, real-line schmuck and a dumb fuck, which stunned the organizers and the crowd. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with where you're trashing somebody. Which stunned the organizers and the crowd, and which Norman Lear categorized as utterly untoward. While filming an episode of Saturday Night Live in 1978, Chase got into a fist fight with Bill Murray in John Belushi's dressing room. Murray and Chase's backstage brawl took place when Chase returned to host the show after his exit as a full-time cast member in 1976. So again, it's showing he made a comeback on Saturday Night Live. Murray had reportedly made a derogatory comment about Chase's troubled marriage to Jacqueline Carlin. So that triggered Chevy, leading Chase to criticize Murray's physical appearance. SNL cast members Jane Curtin, Lorraine Newman, and Gilda Radner witnessed the incident. All right, next we have none other than Mr. Darth Vader himself. Not him playing Darth Vader in the movie, but he was the voiceover for Darth Vader. Who was the voiceover for Darth Vader? Anybody know? I mean, his picture will come up. James Earl Jones, the man with the deep, distinguished voice. James Earl Jones got Moon opposition Pluto, and he got Moon in Capricorn opposition Pluto in Cancer. So you know the racial theme will be strong with him. Now, this right here is very much dealing with that Moon in Moon in Capricorn opposing Pluto in Cancer. It says, my grandmother, though, began to prepare in her own neurotic and I think psychotic way to face racism. So she taught us to be racist, which is something I had to undo later when I got to Michigan, you know. Of course he had to undo it because he ended up marrying 2 white women. So he had to undo the racism that was implanted in him by his grandmother. Now, from the age of 5, Jones was raised by his maternal grandparents, John Henry and Maggie Colony, on their farm in Jackson, Michigan. They had moved from Mississippi in the Great Migration. Jones found the transition to living with his grandparents in Michigan traumatic and developed a stutter. So he's another one that dealt with an unstable upbringing where he was removed from his home, where he didn't grow up with his mother. He grew up with his grandparents instead. And he said he found that separation to be traumatic, and he developed a stutter as a result. And it was so severe that he refused to speak. He said, I was a stutterer. I couldn't talk. That's the thing with Capricorn. So remember, he got Moon in Capricorn. He's a Capricorn rising. He got Sun in Capricorn. Moon conjunct Saturn in particular. Then when you add that Mercury conjunct Moon, that's somebody that refuses to talk. Capricorn rules silence. I remember somebody, I think it was on one of my live streams or something, and somebody was trying to argue with me, talking about Capricorn don't rule silence. That's Scorpio. I'm like, no, baby. Capricorn rules silence. It cracks me up when some people be trying to school me on astrology when I've been doing this for so long. And it's like, I don't just be pulling this stuff out of my ass. I have years and years of practice doing this. So I'm like, but it's all good because there's always going to be some detractors. There's always going to be some people that want to, argue with you and stuff like that and act like they know more than you do and stuff. But just for the record, Capricorn rules silence. Capricorn rules shyness. Capricorn rules where you are very quiet. Case in point, when I was growing up in school, I'm a Capricorn moon rising. When I was growing up in school, my teachers would always say, you're so quiet. You're so quiet. Because I'm a Capricorn moon rising. And I looked at school as, oh, okay, I need to be respectful. I'm not going to talk out of, turn and all this type of stuff. Yes, I was quiet. I was shy as hell too. But I just wanted to drive that point home because, again, some people will be coming for me in the comments section, in the chat, talking about, oh, no, this mean this. And I'm just like, okay, but you haven't been doing this. Like, you don't do this for a living, do you? So, yeah, stay in your lane. But it's Capricorn season. That's why I'm going in a little hard on people tonight. But let me stop. Let me move on. Now, he said, so my first year of school was my first mute year. And then those mute years continue until I got to high school. He credits his English teacher, Donald Crouch, who discovered he had a gift for writing poetry, with helping him in his silence. Crouch urged him to challenge his reluctance to speak through reading poetry aloud to the class. So that is represented by his moon conjunct Mercury opposing Pluto. So poetry, represented by that Mercury in the 12th house, helped him to come out of that silence. Now, in 1974, Jones co-starred with Diane Carroll in the film Claudine, the story of a woman who raises her 6 children alone after 2 failed and 2 almost marriages. The film is a romantic comedy and drama focusing on systemic racial disparities Black families face. So again, the racial theme showing up through this movie, and it's coinciding with that moon in Capricorn opposing Pluto in Cancer. Now, especially because that movie was dealing with like the government and like welfare at the time, and that's very moon in Capricorn opposing Pluto in Cancer, because they were saying that it was the welfare system that contributed to the splitting up of families, namely in the Black community. I mean, I believe most of the fathers were leaving on their own. I don't believe welfare was really pushing them out like that. But that, I think it was happening in some households, and that issue was addressed in that film. Now, it was one of the first major films to tackle themes such as welfare, economic inequality, and the typical marriage of men and women in the African American community during the 1970s. Jones and Carroll received widespread critical acclaim and Golden Globe nominations for their performances. Carroll was also nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actress. So honestly, James Earl Jones, he was playing he was a single father. He was on the hook for child support. He trying to make it work with Claudine, and he going through it himself. It's a really good movie. Really good. In 1977, Jones made his debut in his iconic voiceover role as Darth Vader in George Lucas' space opera blockbuster film Star Wars: A New Hope, which he would reprise for the sequels The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader was portrayed in costume by David Prowse in the film trilogy, with Jones dubbing Vader's dialogue in post-production because Prouse's strong West Country accent was deemed unsuitable for the role by director George Lucas. At his own request, Jones was uncredited for the release of the first 2 Star Wars films, though he would be credited for the 3rd film and eventually also for the first film's 1997 special edition re-release. As he explained in a 2008 interview, when Linda Blair did the girl in The Exorcist, they hired Mercedes McCambridge to do the voice of the devil coming out of her, and there was controversy as to whether Mercedes should get credit. I was one who thought no, she was just special effects. So when it came to Darth Vader, I said, no, I'm just special effects. But it became so identified that by the 3rd one, I thought, okay, I'll let them put my name on it. So that's dealing with the T-square in his chart, involving his moon opposing Jupiter and Pluto and squaring Uranus and his north node. Now, in 1968, Jones married actress, singer Julianne Marie, whom he met while performing as Othello in 1964. They had no children and divorced in 1972. In 1982, he married actress Cecilia Hart, with whom he had a son, Flynn. Hart died from ovarian cancer on October 16, 2016. So him losing a wife, very much dealing with moon opposition Pluto. Now, another movie that dealt with race relations was the movie Soul Man. So James Earl Jones was in the movie Soul Man, and he played the role of a college professor. I love that movie. That movie would never be able to be released nowadays because people are so sensitive and politically correct. But that movie, I think it came out like maybe in 1986 or 1985. But yeah, watch that movie Soul Man if you've never seen it. It is hilarious. As long as you're not hypersensitive about racial issues, you'll find it funny. Okay, she showed up in the last video I did for you, Kauai, that Venus square Uranus video. So she's showing up again as a representative of moon opposition Pluto. So Amber Rose, I'm tired of talking about her, but I was like, okay, let me include her. Just, for her to represent this moon opposition Pluto. She's one of those people that should have never became famous. Like, come on now. Famous for what? Like, she don't really have any talent. So Amber Rose has Moon in Aries opposing Pluto in Libra, which makes her very much about being a champion for equality, being a strong proponent of feminism. Now, Amber Levenchuk was born on October 21st, 1983 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to Dorothy Rose and Michael Levenchuk. Her father is of Irish and Italian descent, and her mother is of Cape Verdean and maternal Scottish descent from Ayrshire or Ayrshire, sure, whatever. Now, the reason why I included this quote is because there's been issues with Amber Rose's race. You know, I have to say, when it comes to Black people, my people, some of us want to claim everybody that has even the most minutest drop of Black blood in them. So there was people that would call Amber Rose Black and say, oh, she not being, she not staying on code or whatever. She was on some reality show and she called some other chick a gorilla or something like that. So she's been called out for her, being racist herself, but also just the race theme in her life where people have said she's Black and she's come out and said she's not Black, but she's mixed with Cape Verdean or Cape Verdean or whatever like that. So that moon opposition is pointing to that, especially with her moon in Aries. Moon in Aries can play out as racial identity. Now, on August 30th, 2016, Levenchuk was announced as one of the celebrities who would compete on the 23rd season of Dancing with the Stars. She was partnered with professional dancer Maxim, whatever his last name is. They were eliminated on October 17th. The reason why I included this is because of the elimination theme that comes with Moon opposition Pluto. In October 2015, Levenchuk led the Los Angeles-based Slut Walk to honor all women who have been judged and demeaned for their sexual behavior. As part of the event, she spoke publicly about the instances of shaming she experienced, specifically mentioning an incident at the age of 14 when a male classmate pulled his genitals out while in a closet with her playing the kissing game, 7 Minutes in Heaven. Levenchuk related that he tricked her into kneeling down in front of him, then threw open the closet door for all of their friends to see. Remember, I said that moon opposition Pluto could deal with exposing your privacy life or private life, but also I said it could deal with where you're being exploited or you're being basically trashed or what have you. So she had to deal with that. Now, Levenchuk claimed to have begun stripping at the age of 15 under the pseudonym Paris to provide for her family after her parents' divorce. So let me just go back to her chart. So with that moon in Aries in her first house, ruling her fourth, that's her basically feeling pressure to get involved with supporting her family. And she did it through stripping. Right or wrong, she, felt the need to be that source of support. Oh God, she looked like that character, that being on the Twilight Zone movie. I think it was the one that was like haunting that guy when he was on the plane and that thing was looking through the mirror. Now, sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes she looks really good and sometimes she looks too freakish. So if y'all don't know who this is Lisa Rinna. So Lisa Rinna, she's been ridiculed over the years, namely for the plastic surgery that she's gotten. The fact that she's on the Real Housewives. Which one is she on? Is it Beverly Hills? I have it in the notes. But Lisa Rinna has Moon in Pisces opposing Pluto in Virgo. And this opposition can actually cause one to undergo surgery, but they really don't see how the surgery is really making them look because that Moon in Pisces can cause them to be kind of delusional. Roma says she looks like the guy from the movie Labyrinth in this picture. Yeah, she looking wild in that. Now, when Lisa was 7, her older half-sister Laureen died. During that same year, her family relocated to Medford, Oregon. So having to experience a death like that in the early part of her life is very moon opposition Pluto. Now, Rinna appeared in a series of television shows, including Lifetime Sex, Lies, and Obsession, opposite her husband, Harry Hamlin, based on Hamlin's true battles with sex addiction and alcoholism. At the same time, Rinna hosted 3 seasons of Lifetime's TV Home Makeover. So the TV Home Makeover, remember I said that moon opposition Pluto could deal with remodeling a home, renovating a home. So that's moon opposition Pluto all day. So she hosted 3 seasons of Lifetime's TV Home Makeover program. Merge, the fact that it's called Merge, that's very moon in Pisces. In 2007, she also hosted Oxygen's Tease, a reality competition series for hairstylists, which is represented by that moon in Pisces. Now, in 2008, TV Guide reported that Rinna and Hamlin had signed a deal to create a reality television series based on their family life. So remember, I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with where you're lacking privacy, your private life is exposed, but she's doing it voluntarily. The series titled Harry Loves Lisa premiered on TV Land on October 6, 2010, and ran for 6 episodes. In 2010, she was also featured as a guest judge on the 4th episode of the 2nd season of RuPaul's Drag Race. Moon in Pisces can deal with drag. Now, in 2011, Rinna competed in season 4 of The Celebrity Apprentice. She was eliminated, that keyword eliminated, very moon opposition Pluto, after being the project manager on the 2nd task, writing and performing a children's book. Rinna returned to the show in its 6th season as one of the All-Stars contestants. Again, the comeback, very moon opposition Pluto. After being eliminated from that roster, she appeared on the May 13, 2013 episode of Late Night with Jimmy Fallon with Little John to discuss their time on the show. In 2014, she appeared as one of the contestants on ABC's game show, Sing Your Face Off. In 2014, Rinna joined the main cast of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills for the show's 5th season. I will say she brought life to that show because I did watch it a little bit when she was on there. Now, in 2020, a BuzzFeed profile on Rinna observed, she's created her own brand of iconic absurdity. Iconic, that's that moon in Pisces. The absurdity, moon opposition Pluto, where her self-help catchphrases, the self-help, Pluto and Virgo. Own it, baby. Tearful controversies, controversy, moon opposition Pluto, about stuffed rabbits, and one of the most aggressive glass-breaking scenes in Housewives history. She has acknowledged having plastic surgery and having silicone, Botox, and Juvederm injections. Although she remains fond of Botox, she has said that Juvederm was a mistake. On November 15, 2021, Rinna announced that her mother, Lois, was featured in the Real Housewives franchise, died of a stroke. Rinna's mother, Lois, has survived being attacked by the trail-size serial killer, David Carpenter, in 1960, 3 years before Lisa was born. That's interesting. All right, next we have Steve Carell. A lot of y'all will know Steve Carell from The Office TV series. I used to love The Office. Me and my oldest daughter, we used to binge watch that show. And I remember before I even knew he was a Leo, I was like, because his character on The Office was Michael Scott. I was like, he played a Leo all day. And little did I know at the time that he was a Leo. So when I found out he was a Leo, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. Now, Steve Carell has moon opposition Pluto. Now, there's not much controversy surrounding him, so I don't have much to say about Steve Carell, but he has moon in Pisces opposing Pluto in Virgo. And his mother, Harriet Teresa, was a psychiatric nurse, which is very moon opposition Pluto. And Carell stated that he worked as a USPS mail carrier in Littleton, Massachusetts, but quit after 7 months because his boss told him he was not very good on the job and needed to be faster. Judd Apatow approached Carell about creating a film together, and Carell told him about an idea he had involving a middle-aged man who is still a virgin. The result was the 2000 film The 40-Year-Old Virgin, which I would admit is kind of funny, which Carell and Apatow developed and wrote together, starring Carell as the title character. Now look at this. He has Moon in Pisces opposing Pluto and Virgo. Virgo is the virgin. This is how he came up with that idea, especially with Mercury conjoined to Pluto. 40-year-old virgin. The moon in Pisces is the countless times that he was being humiliated, that he was embarrassed when it would be revealed that he was a virgin. Oh, my bad. Let me go back. One more. Now, during the George Floyd protests, Carell donated to the Minnesota Freedom Fund, which bails low-income individuals out of jail. All right, moving on. Next, we have one of the greatest that have ever graced this earth, Prince Rogers Nelson. Now, he was in the video I did for you, Kauai, on Venus square Uranus, if my memory serves me correctly. And he has moon opposition Pluto, which makes a lot of sense considering the circumstances that Prince has encountered. And remember, I said moon opposition Pluto can deal with somebody that is phenomenal. And Prince was certainly phenomenal. So he has a dissociative opposition because that moon is in Pisces and Pluto is in Leo. So if his moon was at the 29th degree of Aquarius, that would be an exact, or you could say a partile opposition between his moon and Pluto. But his moon is in Pisces, not Aquarius, but that's still an opposition because of the distance between the planets. Now, it says that Prince's parents divorced when he was 10. His mother remarried to Hayward Baker, with whom she had a son named Omar. Prince had a fraught relationship with Omar to the extent that it caused him to repeatedly switch homes. So Prince is, hey Renee, Prince is another example that had a very unstable background, a very unstable upbringing. So sometimes he lived with his father and sometimes he lived with his mother and stepfather. Now, Baker took Prince to see James Brown in concert, and Prince credited Baker with improving the family's finances. After a brief period of living with his father, who bought him his first guitar, Prince moved into the basement. Remember, I talked about that moon opposition Pluto representing basements? Prince moved into the basement of his neighbors, the Anderson family, after his father threw him out. So he was expelled from his father's home. From what I heard, it was because his father caught him having sex with a girl in the house. And his father, who was a 7-day Adventist, and you know them 7-day Adventists, them hardcore Christians, they don't play that. He told Prince that he had to go. And from there, Prince was homeless and he went to go live with his friend and stayed in his friend's family's basement. Now, in the midst of a contractual dispute with Warner Brothers in 1993, he changed his stage name to the unpronounceable symbol logo. Now, Prince is a Scorpio rising, so that moon opposition Pluto is dealing with his name change as well, especially when you take into account that his moon is in Pisces, which is representing the symbol. Now, hollow circle above the downward arrow crossed with a curly-cued horn-shaped symbol and then a short bar, known to fans as the love symbol, and was often referred to as the artist formerly known as Prince, or simply the artist. After moving to Arista Records in 1998, Prince reverted to his original name in 2000. So again, making a comeback. Now, in April 2016, at the age of 57, Prince died after accidentally overdosing on fentanyl at his Paisley Park home and recording studio in Chanhassen, Minnesota. I believe that he was given a hot dose. I don't believe that he overdosed naturally. I believe somebody took him out, which is what happens to a lot of these celebrities. Whitney Houston is another example. Bobby Christina is another example. Bernie Mac is another example. Should I go on and on and on? There's so many deaths, including like these stories of overdosing. DMX. What's that guy that played in The Wire as Omar? He's another one that they claim died of an overdose. There's a number of overdose stories. Jimi Hendrix, they claim he died of an overdose, but next thing you know, you're hearing that no, it was his manager that poured all this liquor down his throat. Like there's so many stories of these celebrities dying where it's very suspect. But anyway, I'm not believing the official story about how Prince died, especially since he was found in the elevator. And you know how these evils that be, they like to send cryptic messages. Now, Prince talked about the elevator in his Let's Go Crazy song. He said, we're not going to let the elevator bring us down. And he happens to die in an elevator. And then there was a Family Guy episode. Was it Family Guy or The Simpsons? It's one or the other, where they're showing Prince going into an elevator. Like that whole predictive programming stuff. But anyway, he was a prolific musician who released 39 albums during his life, with a vast array of unreleased material left in a custom-built bank vault underneath his home. Remember I said moon opposition Pluto can deal with where you're building a bunker, or in his case, it was a vault that contained a lot of his unreleased material. So including fully completed albums and over 50 finished music videos. Now, in 1990, he saw 16-year-old dancer Maite Garcia standing outside his tour bus and referred to her as his future wife when pointing her out to bandmate Rosie Gaines. Garcia began working as one of his backup singers and dancers after graduating from high school. They were married on February 14th, 1996, and when he was 37 and she was 22, when he was 37 and she was 22. Now, I believe, and this opposition is basically confirming my suspicions, that Prince was set up, like from Maite's mother. And y'all heard me talk about this before. I am not fond of that Maite. I never really was when she first came on the scene and she started showing up in his videos and stuff. I was like, she looked like trouble. But anyway, I believe her mother set her up to be with Prince simply off of the money. And they basically charmed Prince. You know, charmed is a word for putting a spell on somebody. You know, sometimes we hear the word charm or charming and we think, oh, that just means they're all, you know, nice and sweet and, you know, they attract people to them. But, you know, there's that other definition of charm. And Moon in Pisces can deal with a woman that charms a man that falls under a woman's spell. And remember, I said moon opposition Pluto, men got to watch out that have that aspect because they can attract controlling and manipulative women. Next thing you know, he gets her pregnant and they end up having a child that has a horrible birth defect. Now, according to Garcia, she and Prince had a son named Amir, born October 16th, 1996. That 16 is a tragic number, who died a week after being born due to Pfeiffer syndrome. Attempts by publications to independently verify the child's name, birth, and cause of death proved difficult. See, that moon in Pisces is representing Prince trying to hide the details about that baby. And remember, Pluto's in Leo. That's the death of a child. So proved difficult due to Prince's focus on privacy. The distress of losing a child and Garcia's subsequent miscarriage took a toll on the marriage, and the couple divorced in 2000. Like I've said before, I believe God, the goddess, whoever, Zeus, whoever you want to say is in control of things, was not allowing that baby to come through because he or she knew that Maite was no good for Prince and knew what Maite and her mother's intentions were. Now, on September 14, 2007, Prince announced that he was going to sue YouTube. So when the internet came on the scene, and especially when YouTube came on the scene, Prince started wilding out about copyright infringement and stuff. But I would say rightfully so, because he had to battle Warner Brothers for so long. Now, here comes YouTube, eBay, Spotify, all this type of stuff. I don't think Spotify was really around when he was alive. I don't think it was as big as it is now, but he had a big problem with music, his music being played on the internet and especially on YouTube. So Prince announced that he was going to sue YouTube and eBay because they hosted his copyrighted material, and he hired the international internet policing company Web Sheriff. In October, Stephanie Lenz filed a lawsuit against Universal Music Publishing Group, claiming that they were abusing copyright law after the music publisher had YouTube take down Lenz's home movie, in which the Prince song Let's Go Crazy played faintly in the background. On November 5th, several Prince fan sites formed Prince Fans United to fight back against legal requests which they claim Prince made to prevent all use of photographs, images, lyrics, album covers, and anything linked to his likeness. Prince did not speak publicly about his charitable endeavors. Him being charitable, that's his Pisces moon. The extent of his activism, philanthropy, and charity was publicized after his death. So he wasn't the type to go, waving that philanthropic flag and saying, oh, look what I did for these people. He was anonymous with it, which is so Moon in Pisces opposing Pluto. In 2001, he anonymously donated $12,000 to the Louisville Free Public Library System to keep the historic Western Branch Library, the country's first full-service library for African Americans, from closure. So again, feeling the need to get involved in a situation. Remember what I was saying when you got rich people and something, terrible happens in their area, in their town, what have you. A lot of times they feel forced to get involved because they have the means to do so. Well, that's exactly what Prince did with his moon opposition Pluto. Once he saw that this library that had historical value was going to be closed, he felt the need to get involved and save that library, which is so moon opposition Pluto. Now, that same year, he anonymously paid off the medical bills of drummer Clyde Stubblefield, who was undergoing cancer treatment. In 2015, he conceived and launched Yes We Code, paying for many hackathons outright and performing musical acts at some of them. He also helped fund the Green for All initiative. All right, next, let me just take a little sip. Because my throat getting dry. I told you I got a lot of examples. Sometimes I can get carried away. I had more than what I did. I had to actually delete some because I was like, you're getting carried away now. You're doing too much. And that's sometimes like if it seems like it's taking a while between videos, a lot of times it's me because I can go too far with things. I will do too much research and I'll go too deep into it and I'll be like, it's not enough. It's never enough. And next thing you know, a whole week will go by and I still haven't, finished my notes because I'm still like, oh, there's more to gain. There's more to get. I got to show them this. I got to show them that. And I'm like, sometimes I got to really stop myself and be like, look, you did enough. So here we have Nina Simone. Yes, my Bill, Nina Simone, jazz singer, phenomenal woman. So this is what I mean about moon opposition Pluto, producing someone who is phenomenal. So Nina Simone had moon opposition Pluto, moon in Capricorn, opposition Pluto in Cancer. And she did deal with depression, which is a manifestation of that moon in Capricorn. She had bipolar disorder, which is a manifestation of moon opposition Pluto. Now, she was a Pisces, Sun conjunct North Node, Mercury in Pisces. She also had some strong Aquarius energy, being Aquarius rising, Saturn in Aquarius rising, Venus in Aquarius. She was very much an activist, which is that Aquarius energy. She had a Virgo stellium as well. Now, it says Nina Simone applied for scholarship to study at the Curtis Institute of Music in Philadelphia, where, despite a well-received audition, she was denied admission, which she attributed to racism. So again, she got moon in Capricorn opposing Pluto in Cancer. So naturally, she's going to say, That was some racist shit. And she was probably right. Now, her concert debut, a classical recital, was given when she was 12. Simone later said that during this performance, her parents, who had taken seats in the front row, were forced to move to the back of the hall to make way for white people. She said that she refused to play until her parents were moved back to the front, and that incident contributed to her later involvement in the civil rights movement. Now, again, remember, she got a Virgo stellium. And Virgo is very much coming to play with the civil rights movement because Virgo deals with integration. So anybody that was like really big with the civil rights movement, a lot of times you will see that they have at least one planet in Virgo, or they could be a Virgo rising. So she definitely had that going for her. Now it says Simone married Andrew Stroud, a detective with the New York Police Department. So with her having Virgo energy, wait a minute, you saying take a bathroom break? What do I sound like? Do I sound congested or something? I am feeling kind of congested. But anyway, so she had a Virgo stellium, and she had Moon in Capricorn. So naturally, she gonna get with a man in law enforcement. Not surprised. So, like Malcolm X, it says her neighbor in Mount Vernon, New York, she supported Black nationalism and advocated violent revolution rather than Martin Luther King Jr.'s nonviolent approach. She hoped that African Americans could use armed combat to form a separate state. Yo, it's midnight. I can't believe it's after midnight. Though she wrote, I'm sorry for keeping y'all up. I didn't know this was going to take so long. Thank you, Mindhunter. So, though she wrote in her autobiography that she and her family regarded all races as equal. Now, in an interview for Jet Magazine, Simone stated that her controversial song, Mississippi Goddamn, harmed her career. She claimed that the music industry punished her by boycotting her records. Hurt and disappointed, Simone left the U.S. in September 1970, flying to Barbados and expecting her husband and manager Stroud to communicate with her when she had to perform again. However, Stroud interpreted Simone's sudden disappearance and the fact that she had left behind her wedding ring as indication of her desire for a divorce. As her manager, Stroud was in charge of Simone's income. When Simone returned to the United States, she learned that a warrant had been issued for her arrest for unpaid taxes, which is so Moon opposition Pluto, allegedly unpaid as a protest against her country's involvement with the Vietnam War, and fled to Barbados to evade the authorities and prosecution. That's her Capricorn Moon in the 12th house, because the 12th house deals with islands, deals with the Caribbean. So Simone stayed in Barbados for quite some time and had a lengthy affair with the prime minister. That's that Moon in Capricorn in the 12th, Errol Barrow. A close friend, singer Miriam Makeba, then persuaded her to go to Liberia. So she's traveled all over. She's lived in different countries and stuff, which is so Moon in Capricorn, opposition Pluto in Cancer. When Simone relocated, she abandoned her daughter Lisa in Mount Vernon. Lisa eventually reunited with Simone in Liberia, but according to Lisa, her mother was physically and mentally abusive. The abuse was so unbearable that Lisa became suicidal, and she moved back to New York to live with her father, Andrew Stroud. She was known for her temper and outbursts of aggression. Unfortunately, the tantrums followed her to Nijmegen. I don't know how to pronounce that. Simone was diagnosed with bipolar disorder by a friend of De Bruin, who prescribed Trilofan for her. She suffered from breast cancer for several years before she died in her sleep at her home in Carry-le-Rouet. On April 21st, 2003, her Catholic funeral service at the local parish was attended by singers Miriam Makeba and Patti LaBelle, poet Sonia Sanchez, actors Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee, and hundreds of others. Simone's ashes were scattered in several African countries. Even that is Moon opposition Pluto. Now, this story right here really got me intrigued. Now, a lot of you may not know who this guy is that is pictured right here. If you are into fashion, you might recognize his face, but this is Alexander McQueen. He was a designer. He designed for some of the major brands, and he ended up committing suicide. And he has moon opposition Pluto. So when you see that moon opposition Pluto in his chart and you understand what went down to push him to the brink of the self-destruction, you could totally see why. Like his chart is so like literal in terms of what happened. So this is Alexander McQueen. If you remember, he came out with those weird claw-looking shoes, like they look like lobster claws or whatever. Very vampy looking, very outrageous looking. So Alexander McQueen, Taurus, Pisces, born on March 17th, 1969. As you can see, he has Sun conjunct Moon in Pisces, which is great for working in the fashion industry. But both of these, Sun and Moon, were opposing Pluto. That's some heavy energy to be dealing with as someone, like somebody that's in a public eye, but just in general. So let me tell you how this shit went down, because again, it's unmistakable when you see this. So first, let's talk about him becoming a famous fashion designer. It says the collection he produced as the culminating project of his degree was inspired by Jack the Ripper and was famously bought in its entirety by the well-known London stylist and eccentric Isabella Blow. More about her in a minute. She became a long-term friend of McQueen's as well as an advocate for his work. So this woman, Isabella Blow, was the first to really support him. Remember I said, when you got Moon opposition Pluto, a lot of people will come and support you, and it's like you'll have this team behind you. You'll be bolstered. You'll be given a boost. You'll be given a leg up, and that's exactly what happened. So Isabella Blow became like his sponsor, became his advocate, became his promoter. Now, although it was a prestigious job, McQueen took it reluctantly, and his tenure there was a tumultuous time in the designer's life. Even as he was pushing the limits of what people expected from fashion, one of his shows featured a model who was an amputee walking the runway on carved wooden legs. McQueen felt he was being held back. So remember I said Moon opposition Pluto could deal with control or be controlled. So he felt like he wasn't fully in control of his fashion designs because of who he was working for, which is very Moon opposition Pluto. So it says in 2007, the specter of death would come to haunt McQueen. First with the suicide of Isabella Blow, the woman that was basically his sponsor from the very beginning. She committed suicide. So Moon opposition Pluto. The designer dedicated his 2008 spring-summer line to Blow and said that her death was the most valuable thing I learned in fashion. Just 2 years later, on February 2nd, 2010, McQueen's mother died. One day before her funeral on February 11, 2010, McQueen was found dead in his Mayfair, London apartment. The cause of death was determined to be suicide. Now, again, check this out. So the moon deals with the mother. Moon opposition Pluto could deal with the death of the mother. And like I said, with people that have this moon opposition Pluto, when they experience the death of their mother, it is super traumatic for them. The fact that he has Sun conjunct Moon shows that he was very close to his mother. Good night, Dre. Thanks for watching the live stream. Sun conjunct Moon means that he was very close to his mother, extremely close, especially because that Sun is ruling the midheaven. So it's like his mother was his lifeline. So when she died, it felt like he died along with her. So it's like he might as well be good and dead without his mother. So that is very clear to see in his chart. So yeah, really tragic situation. But the crazy thing is, this woman, Isabella Blow, she had moon opposition Pluto. And remember, she committed suicide. So we're dealing with two people who were very close in the fashion industry. She started off being his benefactor, sponsor, what have you. She has moon opposition Pluto. And remember, I said that moon opposition Pluto can deal with where you feel like you're at the point of no return. So they had a falling out before she committed suicide. She basically felt that he abandoned her because she helped to get him put on in a big way. And then when he became famous and when he was on top, he basically was not giving her the time of day. He was helping out a bunch of people, but he kind of left her behind. And that contributed to her depression and her thoughts of suicide, along with other situations she was going through. So both of them having moon opposition Pluto, I find that to be very fascinating. So her last name was Broughton, but yeah, she had the same hookup, moon in Pisces opposing Pluto and Virgo. Like, you can't make this stuff up. And the fact that she was a Scorpio, Scorpio can play the role of a big time benefactor, a supporter, but even like a Swengali. So you never know. Alexander McQueen could have looked at her as more of a Swengali or like even like a parasite. Because, sometimes people could help you to come up in life, but they might expect a lot in return. And maybe he found that she was just too much. Maybe he found her to be very obsessive, but also controlling. And maybe that's why he distanced himself from her after a while. But yeah, both of them met with an untimely end through suicide. Moving. Oh, also, toward the end of her life, so this is about Blow. So, toward the end of her life, Blow became seriously depressed and was reportedly anguished over her inability to find a home in a world she influenced. Moon opposition Pluto. Daphne Guinness, a friend of Blow, stated she was upset that Alexander McQueen didn't take her along when he sold his brand to Gucci. Once the deal started happening, she fell by the wayside. Everybody else got contracts, and she got a free dress. According to a 2002 interview with Tasman Blanchard, it was Blow who brokered the deal in which Gucci purchased McQueen's label. So you could see how defeated she felt. Also, I forgot to mention moon opposition Pluto, and it's kind of the same as feeling like you have no way out, but it can produce a strong sense of futility. So basically, she gets a dress out of the deal. But again, she could have been very controlling, and maybe Alexander McQueen got sick of her. Now, according to a 2002 interview with Tasman Blanchard, it was Blow who brokered the deal in which Gucci purchased McQueen's label. Other pressures on her included financial problems. Blow was disinherited by her father in 1994, and she suffered from infertility. Isabella and Detmar Blow separated in 2004. Detmar Blow went on to have an affair with Stephanie Theobald, the society editor of British Harper's Bazaar, while his estranged wife entered into a liaison with a gondolier she met in Venus. How romantic. During the couple's separation, Blow was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and began undergoing electroshock therapy. For a time, the treatments appeared to be helpful. During this period, she also had an affair with Matthew Mellon. However, after an 18-month separation, Isabella and Detmer Blow were reconciled. Soon afterwards, she was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. Depressed over her waning celebrity status and her cancer diagnosis, wait till y'all hear this. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this part. This woman tried to kill herself on a number of occasions. So check this out. It says, depressed over her waning celebrity status and her cancer diagnosis, Blow began telling friends that she was suicidal. In 2006, remember I said moon opposition Pluto may feel like you don't have no other solution but death. Blow attempted suicide with an overdose of sleeping pills, very moon in Pisces opposing Pluto. Later that year, Blow again attempted suicide by jumping from the Hammersmith flyover, which resulted in her breaking both ankles. And let me see, she did have something in Aquarius. Let me see. That Chiron in Aquarius, that's her breaking both ankles. Chiron opposing that Uranus. It's actually part of a grand cross she has in her chart. Mars square Chiron. Yeah, this woman, she wanted out. but let me go back. Let's see. Okay. So she jumped from an overpass, breaking both of her ankles, but that didn't kill her. Blow made several more suicide attempts in 2007 by driving her car into the rear of a lorry. A lorry is a big truck. Attempting to obtain horse tranquilizers, trying to drown herself in a lake, and by overdosing while on a beach in India. So her death. On May 6, 2007, during a weekend house party at Hills, where the guests included Tracy and his partner, Stefan Bartlett, Blow announced that she was going shopping. Instead, she was later discovered collapsed on a bathroom floor by her sister, Lavinia, and was taken to Gloucestershire Royal Hospital, where Blow told the doctor she had drunk weed killer containing paraquat. She died at the hospital the following day. Her drinking weed killer, that's that Mars and Taurus opposing Sun and Venus and Scorpio. Like, that's the epitome of weed killer. Like, she wanted to make sure she was going to die this time. And it worked. So she downed the weed killer. And then she died at the hospital the following day. Blow's death was initially reported as being caused by ovarian cancer. However, a coroner later ruled the death a suicide. At the inquest, Blow's sister, you know I'm gonna get demonetized for this. I done said suicide how many times? At the inquest, Blow's sister, Lavinia Verney, stated that after she discovered her sister had ingested the poison, Blow had told her, "I'm worried that I haven't taken enough." I'm like, wow. She wanted out, but she struggled. But finally, she achieved what she wanted. All right, next. I know a lot of y'all probably wanted me to touch on this woman, this phenomenal woman. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto can deal with being phenomenal, and she is definitely phenomenal when it comes to her skills, when it comes to her abilities, when it comes to her athleticism. Now, I spoke about her briefly during my New Year's Eve party. She was one of the ones that, I was doing a reading about. I might actually do a reading on her for the YouTube channel. I'm not sure yet, but we have the gymnast Simone Biles, phenomenal gymnast. Here she is right here where she's not competing. And then here she is right here with her husband. Now, as of late, there's been controversy, moon opposition Pluto, about her husband and whether her husband really loves her and if he's really attracted to her and all that type of stuff. I actually felt bad for Simone when people was talking and dragging her for this. I felt like some YouTube channels was going too hard on her. Maybe they are really happy together. You never know. Maybe, he's not used to dealing with women like her, because from what I heard, he is of the light skin persuasion. Like, he has a preference where she's not fitting into that preference. But, sometimes men will change up their preference. Case in point, my dad, he used to like go crazy over light skinned women. He's a dark skinned man. My mom's light skinned. And all the women, like the women he was dating after her, they were all light skinned until he got with his third wife, who's brown skinned. So men can change up. It happens. People will change up their preference or whatever. Or maybe over time they might be like, you know what? My preference doesn't really matter. It's not that damn important. So time will tell, though. But yeah, people were really dragging Simone for that, her being with this dude. And it really started with the interview that he gave on this podcast where he was basically saying that he was the prize, not Simone, that Simone was basically chasing after him and all that stuff. He look a little zesty, a little bit, just a little bit. Got a little twinkle in his eye, just a little bit. That might be the real issue. My Bill said he even got a white girl on his shirt, right? Damn, that is kind of blatant, ain't it? But Simone looked very happy right here. He got some nice dimples. All right. So Simone is a Pisces with a Gemini moon opposing that Pluto in Sagittarius. Now, this moon opposition Pluto in Sagittarius has a lot to do with her gymnast ability and her competitions. Especially, well, I don't have her. She's the one that I don't have her birth time, unfortunately. But I wouldn't be surprised if that Pluto in Sagittarius was in the fifth house, because the fifth house is competitions. Sagittarius is very much related to gymnastics. But let's get into some of her life events to show how this moon opposition Pluto has played out. Their synastry don't look that great, by the way. Now it says Biles was born on March 14, 1997 in Columbus, Ohio, the third of four siblings. Her birth mother, Shannon Biles, was unable to care for Simone or her other children. All four went in and out of foster care. So here we have another person with moon opposition Pluto that had an unstable upbringing, that was removed from their home, or where they were abandoned by their mother, rejected by their mother. Mother didn't want them. Now, in 2000, Biles' maternal grandfather, Ron Biles, and his second wife, Nellie Cayetano Biles, began caring temporarily for Shannon's children in the North Houston suburb of Spring, Texas, after learning his grandchildren were in foster care. In 2003, the couple formally adopted Simone and her younger sister, Audria. Ron's sister, Shannon's Aunt Harriet, adopted the two oldest children. She holds Belizean citizenship through her adoptive mother and considers Belize to be her second home. That's very Moon in Gemini opposing Pluto in Sagittarius. Also, her uneven bar score would have qualified her in 8th place in that final as well, but she was excluded as per the rules after teammates Kosian and Douglas qualified ahead of her. In September 2016, Biles' medical information was released, and she was accused of doping to enhance performance by Russian media following the Russian cyber espionage group. Remember, I said moon opposition Pluto could deal with where you're being investigated or where you're under surveillance. So she was being investigated. She was being surveilled by the Russians. So basically, they tried to say that she was doping up. Biles then disclosed on Twitter that she had attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which can come with a Gemini moon really easily, and was permitted to take medication for it, having applied for and received a therapeutic use exemption. She was applauded for opening up about ADHD. Biles competed on season 24 of Dancing with the Stars, attempting to replicate her Rio teammate Laurie Hernandez's win in season 23. Paired with professional dancer Sasha Farber, she was favored to win, but was eliminated on May 15th, 1 week before the finals, finishing in 4th place. In February, it was announced that Biles was chosen to represent the United States at the Tokyo World Cup, taking place on April 4th. However, in March, USA Gymnastics announced that Biles would not attend due to concern about the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So she got caught up in the whole pandemic thing, which is very moon opposition Pluto, both domestically and worldwide, especially with Pluto being in Sagittarius. That's the worldwide part. The following day, the Japanese Gymnastics Association announced that they had canceled the event. On July 28, 2021, Biles withdrew from the finals of the individual all-around competition, again citing mental health concerns. With that moon in Gemini opposing Pluto and Sagittarius, she definitely got some mental health concerns. And you know it stemmed from her childhood, her being in and out of foster homes until she was adopted. Now, following further medical evaluation on July 30th, she also, oh my God, I just got a pain in my heart for her over that. That hit me because I just visualized her being a little girl, not knowing the next time she's going to be yanked out of a living situation and placed back into, the system like that. Oh, that has to be a terrible feeling. Now, following further medical evaluation on July 30th, she also withdrew from the vault and uneven bar finals, both scheduled for the first day of the individual event finals. Due to a continued mental block, Moon and Gemini opposing that Pluto and Sagittarius, on July 31st, Biles also withdrew from the floor final, scheduled for the second day of individual event finals, while still leaving the possibility of competing in the balance beam final on the last day. Oh my God, I'm getting choked up because I swear to God, if that man hurts her, if he breaks her heart, I'm gonna have to go see him because she's already vulnerable. She's already dealing with that trauma from the early part of her life. She got the ADHD. She might actually try to kill his ass if he does her wrong. But I'm like, oh my God, I hope he really is true to her because she'll be completely devastated if she finds out he's just there for her money or for him to get some clout or whatever. Damn. But anyway, Biles also withdrew from the floor finals scheduled for that second day of individual event finals, while still leaving the possibility of competing in the balance beam final on the last day of the event finals. Now, she called her bronze beam medal her most meaningful one as she felt it symbolized her focus on mental health and her perseverance. Honestly, the more I think about it, she really didn't have any business getting with a dude like him who's a football player with her delicate mental health condition. Because let's say that he really does love her. Let's be real, he's in the NFL and they cheat all the time. So she's in a very vulnerable position dealing with this dude. And he got looks. He's not a bad looking dude. He can get women real easily. Oh my God. But anyway, Biles later revealed that her aunt had passed. Moon and Gemini is the aunt. Her aunt had passed unexpectedly 2 days before the beam event final. So you said you don't see the blank coming from him, or the love coming from. I kind of don't either. That's why I keep stopping. I'm saying, oh my God, because I don't think this is going to end well, y'all. I might have to do a video where I really get into their synastry, but oh wow. But anyway, Biles explained that she withdrew primarily due to experiencing the twisties. I didn't know that this phenomenon existed, but this is interesting. A psychological phenomenon causing a gymnast to lose air awareness while performing twisting elements. Through the Olympics, she noted that while it was not the first time she had had the twisties on vault or floor, it was the first time she experienced them on uneven bars and balance beam. Biles made the decision to withdraw after the first rotation of the team final because she felt that she had simply got so lost. Her safety was at risk as well as a team medal. Now, she got a lot of flack for this, but I guess some people don't realize that this is a real issue that happens with gymnasts. Now, during the week, Jutendo University allowed Biles to practice at their gym located an hour outside of Tokyo, where she could practice quietly away from the public eye. Some commentators criticized Biles, accusing her of being a quitter or selfishly depriving another athlete of the chance to compete. She was also slandered with racist, Moon opposition Pluto. I told you it could be racial hatred. She was also slandered with racist, sexist, and transphobic comments in the Russian state-owned media. Transphobic? Were they trying to say she was trans? That's messed up. And the Russian state-owned media, as well as having been openly accused of being a drug cheat due to their therapeutic use exemption for ADHD medication. I do have to say this. When it comes to sports in particular that are dominated by a certain race, let's say, that are usually dominated by whites, a lot of them will have a fit when somebody of color ends up becoming the champion or ends up beating out all the competition. So I'm not surprised that she got this hate like this, because they're like that with ice skating, gymnastics. They were like that with golf when Tiger Woods came on the scene. Yeah. a lot of times they ain't having. Let's talk about baseball with Jackie Wilson. All the names he was called, all the hate that he received when he was just trying to play baseball. But see, they were trying to preserve those institutions and make them, continue to have them where they're white only. And it was because of the fear of the prowess and the power that comes with Black athletes. We just got to be real. But yeah, they were threatened by that. Same with the Russians being threatened by Simone Biles taking home these gold medals and basically doing phenomenal shit on the balance beam, on the floor, all that stuff. Now, she was also, let me just read this again. She was also slandered with racist, sexist, and transphobic comments in the Russian state-owned media, as well as having been openly accused of being a drug cheat due to her therapeutic use exemption for ADHD medication. So remember, it was the Russians. They were trying to shut her down. They were trying to investigate her to see if she was on steroids and all that type of stuff. They didn't want to have, and mainly because the Russians, they feel like they own gymnastics. Same with ice skating. They feel like they own that. So yeah, they was not trying to have Simone Biles be the champion. Now, in 2014, Biles had a shoulder injury resulting in withdrawal from the March 2014 American Cup. Her shoulder injury, that's that moon in Gemini opposing Pluto. In September 2017, Biles opened up about having attention deficit hyperactivity disorder after her medical records were leaked online, revealing that she had been taking Ritalin, used to treat the condition during the Olympics. Having been diagnosed as a child, she had previously disclosed her condition to the World Anti-Doping Agency and obtained a medical exemption allowing her to take the medication during competitions. In Biles' statement, she said that ADHD is nothing to be ashamed of and nothing that I'm afraid to let people know. On January 18, 2018, Biles revealed on Twitter that former USA Gymnastics physician Larry Nassar had sexually assaulted her, and he assaulted a lot of gymnasts. This is a nasty piece of shit, this Larry Nassar. Did I ever do a reading on him? I might have did it on my Ace of Cups radio show. I don't remember though. And that USA Gymnastics had helped allow the abuse to occur and cover it up. She did not attend Nassar's sentencing hearings from January 16, saying that she wasn't emotionally ready to face Larry Nassar again. So now we're also seeing where these issues are coming from. She was sexually abused by a doctor. Larry Nassar, again, he sexually abused a lot of those female gymnasts during his time before he got caught. All right. Moving on. Now, I really don't have nothing bad to say about the brother right here. He's a funny guy. I'm saying was, like he's no longer with us. He's still with us. He was very charismatic. I mean, he really did the damn thing with his late night TV show. I remember as a young teenager staying up late, knowing I got school the next day to watch the Arsenio Hall show. And I think that show would come on, it either came on at 10 or 11 p.m. I think it came on 11 p.m. And boy, I would make sure I stayed up late enough to watch the Arsenio Hall show. Sometimes I would watch it with my mom. Sometimes I would watch it in my room. But yeah, he did the damn thing. Like, he really changed late night television. Before you had, Johnny Carson, David Letterman. You had some ones that were kind of like, But Arsenio Hall, he breathed life into late night talk show hosting. And you could say he was a phenomenon at that point when the Arsenio Hall show was really big. He had everybody on the Arsenio Hall show. Didn't he even have Michael Jackson on there? He had Bill Clinton. I remember that. Yup. So Arsenio Hall is another one who has Moon in Aquarius opposing Pluto in Leo. He also has Sun in Aquarius opposing Pluto in Leo. Now, Hall was a supporter of gay rights long before the movement had become overwhelmingly popular and supported in the mainstream, especially in Black culture. Now, it's been rumored that Arsenio Hall and Eddie Murphy have had a romantic relationship in the past, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was true. Now, in the early 1990s, this culminated in an episode of the Arsenio Hall show where Hall was protested by gay rights activists. That's the epitome of having that sun conjunct moon in Aquarius opposing Pluto, who criticized that he didn't have any gay guests on the show and that he would occasionally play gay characters. Hall was clearly upset by the accusations, saying he had famously out LGBT celebrities on his show, including Elton John, and had others on who preferred not to publicly advocate their sexual orientation, like Queen Latifah. Latifah's had it up to here. Now, after passionately stating his points, Hall received overwhelming wolf chants of support from his audience. Additionally, Hall used his fame during this period to help fight worldwide prejudice against HIV/AIDS after Magic Johnson contracted the virus. Hall and Johnson filmed a public service announcement about the disease that aired in the early 1990s. On May 5th, 2016, Hall filed a $5 million defamation lawsuit. Remember I said that moon opposition Pluto could deal with defamation of character? So he filed a $5 million defamation suit against Sinead O'Connor. Sinead, rest in peace, but you was crazy as shit. She accused Prince of like abusing her or doing something crazy. She's accused a number of people, but it said lawsuit against Sinead O'Connor after she claimed he had fueled Prince's drug habit and had also spiked his drink at a party at Eddie Murphy's house. Hall dropped the lawsuit after O'Connor apologized and retracted her allegations. Sinead O'Connor would be saying anything out her mouth. All right, not much on Arsenio Hall, not much in terms of controversy. That brings us to Jermaine Dupri. You know, Jermaine Dupri, he was rather phenomenal with his R&B acts and his hip hop acts. Like he put the Brat on, he put Chris Cross on. He did a lot of writing and producing for a lot of artists. So he's phenomenal in his own right. But God, he got a face only a mother could love. Let me stop. I'm trying to be good this year. Now, but that's interesting. He got Moon in Aries like that. I did say he got a face only a mother could love. I mean, that could actually deal with him being rejected off of his face alone. Let's be real. Now, he got Moon in Aries at the 0 degree, which is very significant. Opposing his Sun and Pluto and Mercury in Libra. This is him basically scouting out, trying to find new artists, trying to put together groups, basically. Even in terms of saying, okay, you gotta get a makeover, all that type of stuff. Now, his father, an Atlanta talent manager, look at that fourth house. This is what I mean about the fourth house being the father. Look at that. The talent manager alone is Sun conjunct Pluto and Libra in that fort. But anyway, it says his father, an Atlanta talent manager, had coordinated a Diana Ross show in 1982. Diana Ross is an Aries, so that's being represented by Jermaine Dupri's moon at the Aries point of Aries, which can deal with fated circumstances that happen through external factors. So Diana Ross, him meeting her, was basically the springboard of his career. So had coordinated a Diana Ross show in 1982 to the delight of concert goers. Dupri managed to get on stage and dance along with Ross. That's big time. See what happens when you're born into a family with connections like that? So yeah, even that, like you're saying, my Bills, even having that Sun at the 0 degree means that, yes, he was in it to win it with the whole industry, being locked in like that. having these connections from an early age through his father. Now, from 2002 to 2009, Dupree was involved in a romantic relationship with singer Janet Jackson. And guess what? Janet Jackson got Moon in Aries. You see what I mean? And you know, Janet was she was wearing the pants in that marriage or relationship or whatever the hell they had going on. That was one of the most mismatched couples ever. But there had to be something that Janet really liked about Jermaine, probably because he always put her first with that Moon in Aries he got. And that's what she wants with her Moon in Aries. So she fit in neatly to that opposition with her Moon being in Aries. And I'm sure she was controlling in that relationship with them. But like I said before, I'm going to tell you what really, warmed Janet's heart with Jermaine. He was saying, Janet, I like you when you real thick. He was like, eat all the food you want. He was like, the bigger you get, the bigger that booty gets. And yeah, I'm going to ride that booty until the cows come home. So I bet you that's one of the things that Janet really liked Jermaine about, because he wasn't judging her like that punk ass Renee that she had married previously was judging her. So from 2002 to 2009, he was involved with Janet Jackson, and that resulted in a brief musical connection. Dupree is a vegan, which is very Moon opposition Pluto, and promoted the lifestyle through a PETA ad encouraging fans to feel the beats, lose the meat. That's corny. All right, next, we don't have much more to go. We are almost done, I think, I hope. Because I want to finish what I started, but this is getting long. It's going on 1 a.m. All right, we got George Lucas and his wife Melody Dobson, I think that's her name. I actually think they're a really cute couple. They both have like the same face shape. But yeah, he became smitten by her when he first saw her, and he chased after her. Now, Jermaine Dupri. Do I think Jermaine Dupri is packing? He might be the type that will surprise you. So he might be working with a little something, something. So George Lucas has Moon in Aquarius opposing Pluto in Leo. And remember, I said the racial theme that comes with Moon opposition Pluto. I'm sure when he first got with his white friends might have been like, really? That's who you're dating? You like her? So I'm sure, there was comments about that, behind closed doors and stuff like that, but he didn't care. He was like, I love this woman. He got Mars in Cancer, which can deal with race conflict as well. Now, it says long before Lucas began making films, he yearned to be a race car driver, and he spent most of his high school days or high school years racing on the underground circuit. The reason why I'm including that is because underground, and that's very Moon opposition Pluto. So he was racing on the underground circuit at fairgrounds and hanging out at garages. Now, at this time, Lucas and his friend John Plummer became interested in canyon cinema, screenings of underground, there's that term again, underground, avant-garde, that's the Aquarius part, 16 millimeter filmmakers like Jordan Belson, Stan Brakhage, and Bruce Conner. After graduating with a bachelor's in fine arts in the film in 1967, he tried joining the United States Air Force. That's that Moon in Aquarius. Aquarius rules the Air Force as an officer, but he was immediately turned down because of his numerous speeding tickets. He was later drafted by the United States Army for military service in Vietnam, but he was exempted from service after medical tests showed he had diabetes, the disease that killed his paternal grandfather. Remember, I said Moon opposition Pluto can deal with a life-threatening disease. Now, despite his success with his previous film, all but one studio turned Star Wars down. So Moon opposition Pluto can play out as rejection. So he was trying to shop that Star Wars movie around and was being rejected by these movie studios. All right, next we have Ed Gein. Now, somebody has sponsored a video on Ed Gain. I forgot who it was. We're not going to beat a dead horse about this, but we will go through just some things about this man's life that ties into that moon opposition Pluto. As you can see, he's really wicked and devious looking in this picture. He was really tapping into that Pluto energy. So Ed Gain, Virgo, he had moon in Sagittarius opposing Pluto in Gemini. Now that Sagittarius moon deals with his mom being very religious, and with the moon opposition Pluto, that was her basically forbidding him to deal with women or girls when he was younger, and she was basically saying all women are whores, stay away from them. Very moon opposition Pluto. So Gaines' crimes committed around his hometown of Plainfield, Wisconsin, gathered widespread notoriety in 1957 after authorities discovered he had exhumed the corpse from local graveyards and fashioned keepsakes from their bones and skin. He also confessed to killing 2 women, tavern owner Mary Hogan in 1954 and hardware store owner Bernice Warden in 1957. Gain was initially found unfit to stand trial and confined to a mental health facility. By 1968, he was judged competent to stand trial. He was found guilty of the murder of Warden, but he was found legally insane and was remanded to a psychiatric institution. Very moon opposition Pluto, especially with that Pluto being in his first house. And then it says Gain died at Mendota Mental Health Institute from respiratory failure resulting from lung cancer. That's that Pluto and Gemini producing that cancer. So again, another life-threatening disease. Augusta, who was fervently religious, Augusta was his mother, and nominally Lutheran, frequently preached to her sons about the innate immorality of the world, or innate immorality of the world. That's very moon in Sagittarius opposing Pluto, because Sagittarius deals with morality. Now, the evil of drinking and her belief that all women were naturally promiscuous and instruments of the devil. She reserved time every afternoon to read to them from the Bible, usually selecting verses from the Old Testament and the book of Revelation concerning death, murder, and divine retribution. Despite her abuse, however, Gain idolized and became obsessed with her. Gain was shy, and classmates and teachers remember him as having strange mannerisms, such as seemingly random laughter as if he were laughing at his own personal jokes. That's very moon Sagittarius. Because a person with moon in Sagittarius, they like to joke around. They can be very funny. So he was amusing himself with that Pluto being in the first house. Okay. Now, this individual has gone through a lot with his moon opposition Pluto, including a near-death experience. Now, I don't know about y'all, but he got one of the most annoying looking faces I've ever seen. But I think he's probably a nice guy. I don't think he's, an asshole or anything. Maybe he might be an asshole to his girlfriends or his wife at times. But, I fear for his life because he married into the Kardashian family. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God, no, Travis, no. And remember what I said about that moon opposition Pluto. That could be where you are trapped by a woman. Like a woman is hella controlling and manipulative. And she's one of the Kardashians. This is Kourtney Kardashian. So she's the one running shit in this marriage. All right, so Travis Barker, he is a Scorpio, and a strong Scorpio at that, with the Sun, North Node, Mercury, and Uranus in Scorpio. He got an Aries moon opposing Pluto in Libra, so he's going to have some problems in his relationships. Things might be going well between him and Kourtney now, but give it some time, things will probably fall apart between them. So again, Travis Barker has been through a lot. So let me take a deep breath before I get into this. So his mother, who had been diagnosed with Sjögren's syndrome 3 months earlier, died the day before he started high school. So he's another one that lost his mother at an early age. Oh, thanks for saying that. The Art of Being reacts. She's an Aries, so she fits right in with his Aries moon. Thank you. So this part I feel like is so sweet. So before his mom died, she told him to keep playing music and to follow his dreams. That is so Moon and Aries opposing Pluto. After graduating from Fontana High School, Barker worked as a trash man in Laguna Beach. That's very Moon opposition Pluto. Pluto ruling trash. In June 2023, Travis Barker met with Alex Etheridge, a 13-year-old Phoenix musician suffering from bone cancer, who was a particular fan of Barker's drumming. Alex met Barker backstage at Blink-182's June 14, 2023 concert in Phoenix, and Alex and his family sat in the front row for the concert later. The two spent more than an hour together talking and playing drums, including an introduction of Barker's wife, Kourtney Kardashian, via FaceTime. This is what I mean about where they get involved in the lives of others to try to make things better or try to help them in some way. The meeting was set up by Australian social media influencer Samuel Weidenhofer, who traveled from Melbourne to help arrange it. Weidenhofer recorded the meeting and released it later as a TikTok video, which has received more than 17 million views as of July 2023. Alex died on July 19th, 2023, which I feel like is a very touching story. Barker was always afraid to fly. In his teenage years, he was sure he would die in a plane crash. Remember, I said Moon opposition Pluto can deal with death that is looming over your head. While Blink-182 were putting together artwork for Take Off Your Pants and Jacket in 2001, they created a Zoso-like icon for each band member, a jacket, a pair of pants, and an airplane. Please don't give me the plane. I have a really fucked up fear of flying, Barker begged, who ended up with the plane anyway. You can't make this up. Now, Barker dropped to the ground. Oh, wait a minute, where's the part about the plane accident? I guess this is it. So he actually did get involved in a plane crash, but the plane crashed before it actually took off. So Barker dropped to the ground and Goldstein helped him put out the fire on his feet. That fire, that Aries moon. I was lying next to AM. And remember I said Moon opposition Pluto can deal with near-death experiences. As the plane was exploding and I was screaming, "Are we alive?" Barker and Goldstein were transported to the Joseph M. Still Burn Center in Augusta, Georgia, where they were both listed in critical condition. They were the only survivors of the crash. Personal assistant Chris Baker and Chase Still, along with the two pilots, died in the crash. Less than a year later, Goldstein died from an overdose. Barker spent more than 11 weeks in hospitals and burn centers. He had 16 surgeries, blood transfusions that lasted 4 to 8 hours, and numerous skin grafts. There were times when they were talking about amputating my foot because I didn't have enough skin on my body for the grafts, he said. Barker also developed post-traumatic stress disorder, made worse by the intense guilt he felt knowing Still was not supposed to be on the plane. During his time in the hospital, Barker was in so much pain that he was calling friends, offering them $1 million to help him in his life. So he was in so much pain that it triggered that Pluto, where it started to manifest as suicidal ideations, hoping that he would just die, wanting his friends to take him out. That's some serious pain. Now, he stopped his vegetarian diet and began eating meat to increase his protein intake and possibly speed up healing of his burns. Look, when you got an Aries moon, you really do need protein. You need plenty of iron because you could end up with an iron deficiency. So it makes sense that he had to stop being vegetarian and go back on the meat. Now, on August 8th, 2006, Barker filed for divorce from Shannon Moakler, he was married to. After nearly 2 years of marriage, the divorce was made public as each used their MySpace pages to air their feelings on the matter. Despite their pending divorce, reports surfaced in early 2007 that Barker and Moakler were quietly trying to give it another go. So when you got Moon in the Aries opposing Pluto in Libra, you could break up to make up. You could do that several times, as they were reportedly seen autographing a fan's book with a heart around their names. In March 2007, Moakler told People magazine that she and Barker, still married, were back together, but denied that she was pregnant. This came after the couple were publicly affectionate at a surprise birthday party Barker threw for his wife in Miami. People later reported that the couple had separated again. No reason was given for the split. Barker and Moakler were seen together at the 2007 MTV Video Music Awards, kissing and holding hands. However, on February 11th, 2008, the couple's divorce was finalized. So they did this back and forth for a while, which is very moon opposition Pluto. And remember, I said a man that has moon opposition Pluto could feel like he can't stop seeing a woman. Like the woman keeps pulling him back in. He can't let a woman go. So he might go through that with Kourtney Kardashian too. Now, Barker and Moakler were together during a DJ set Barker was playing with DJ Am in Las Vegas on January 7th, 2009. The couple attempted to rekindle their relationship in early 2009, but announced that they were no longer together on April 1st, 2009. On December 7, 2014, the police were called to Barker and Moakler's shared home in Los Angeles after the two were engaged in a verbal altercation. They made criminal threats towards each other, leading to both Barker and Moakler getting arrested. No charges were filed against either party. All right. Now, I don't have much information on this sweet girl, Blue Ivy, but remember, there was speculation when Beyonce was pregnant, supposedly pregnant, that there was actually a surrogate instead of her actual pregnancy. Do y'all remember that infamous interview where Beyonce goes to sit down and her baby bump folds like it's a pillow? So that's how the rumors started, that Blue Ivy was born via surrogate. Also, it was suspicious that Jay-Z and Beyonce, they basically blocked off the whole hospital floor when Beyonce was supposedly giving birth, but I believe it was the surrogate giving birth. So why am I focused on the surrogate? Because moon opposition Pluto can manifest as a surrogate mother. And Blue Ivy has moon opposition Pluto. She got moon in Cancer, which is reinforcing the surrogate mother theme. But this also shows that her and Beyonce's relationship probably isn't very harmonious at all. She might see her mother as controlling. She might see her mother as even abusive at times. So the times where you see Blue Ivy on stage with Beyonce during Beyonce's concert tours, it could be because Beyonce is forcing Blue Ivy to come up there. Blue Ivy may not want to do it. And when I see Blue Ivy on stage, she doesn't really look like she's into it. She looks like she'd rather be home watching TV, eating ice cream. So that poor girl with that moon opposition Pluto, she's going to have some tumultuous situations. That could also deal with living in a home where security is like top notch, and also where she really can't go anywhere because, you know, she's always she's always facing a threat. So she really can't go anywhere. This also deals with her not having much privacy because of who her mother is, basically. So it'll be interesting how things pan out with Blue Ivy, knowing she has this moon opposition Pluto. But I'm telling you, her and her mom, I could see them not really getting along. I could see Beyonce being very annoyed by Blue Ivy. And maybe they never had that connection because Beyonce never carried her in her womb. Not to say that, you know, you can't form a close connection with a child that you don't carry, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And then when you see pictures, she seems like she's much more closer to Jay-Z than Beyonce. And it makes sense because Blue Ivy is a Capricorn. Capricorn is the father. So it makes sense that she would be closer to Jay-Z. Just a few more. So again, rumors about her being born via surrogate, serious challenges involving mother, especially in terms of control. Okay, we got Osho Rajneesh whatever his last name is. Some of you guys might know who this is. He's basically this leader of this cult that dealt with like transcendental meditation and all that type of stuff, all that, Indian yoga, woo woo type stuff. But he really advocated freedom of sexuality, free love type of stuff. So he ended up attracting a large following. And basically, it was a cult. So he's a Sagittarius with a Capricorn stellium, including his Capricorn moon. Damn, his moon is right on my moon. We both got moon at the 15th degree of Capricorn. What's that trying to tell me? But moon opposition Pluto, moon in Capricorn, opposition Pluto in Cancer. So he's dealt with some race themes, but this can also cause him to be like a womanizer. He could be very manipulative when it comes to women, but also when it just comes to his followers, period. Now, his parents, Baba Lal and Saraswati Jain, were Tirupathy Jains. Let him live with his maternal grandparents until he was 8 years old, which is very Capricorn moon. By Rajni's own account, this was a major influence on his development because his grandmother gave him the utmost freedom. So we have another person that was thrown away by his mother. I'm not saying she threw him away, but you know what I mean. That moon opposition Pluto can remove the mother from a person's life. Now, when he was 7 years old, his grandfather died and he went to Gurdwara to live with his parents. Rajneesh was profoundly affected by his grandfather's death, and again by the death of his childhood girlfriend Shashi from typhoid when he was 15. Remember, I said the death theme will be strong with these people, leading to a preoccupation with death that lasted throughout much of his childhood and youth. Rajneesh was later to say, I have been interested in communism from my very childhood, communist literature. Perhaps there is no book that is missing from my library. I have signed and dated each book before 1950. So basically, he was into communism. But then he ended up saying communism is a corpse. Now, he became briefly associated with socialism and two Indian nationalist organizations. Basically, I'm including these quotes because it's just showing that he was very involved in world affairs and government systems, which is very moon in Capricorn. Now, in 1951, age 19, Rajneesh began his studies at Karangi College, asked to leave after conflicts with an instructor. So he was basically kicked out of college. Having proved himself to be disruptively argumentative, he was not required to attend college classes, except for examinations, and used his free time to work for a few months as an assistant editor at a local newspaper. So he's generally considered one of the most controversial spiritual leaders. Remember that word controversial, very moon opposition Pluto, to have emerged from India in the 20th century. His message of sexual, emotional, spiritual, and institutional liberation, as well as the pleasure he took in causing offense, ensured that his life was surrounded by controversy. Rajneesh became known as the sex guru in India and as the Rolls Royce guru in the United States, because he would drive around in Rolls Royce while he would tell his followers to give away all their money. He attacked traditional concepts of nationalism. Now, from what I heard, he's responsible for Yogi Tea. Yes, New Eyes. I learned that we can see movies on Patreon. I'm not Patreon, on Discord. So I'm going to bring back the watch parties on Patreon again. Anybody that wants to join the Patreon, I'm going to leave the link in the description after I close out this live stream. But yeah, I'm going to start showing the movies on Patreon. Why I keep saying Patreon? On Discord, because Zoom can be too choppy when it comes to movies. All right, so he attacked traditional concepts of nationalism, openly expressed contempt for politicians, and poked fun at the leading figures of various religions, blah, blah, blah. I don't feel like going through all this. Basically, let's see. His movement efforts refocus on activities in the United States. Basically, this deals with him relocating. He publicly asked local authorities to investigate his personal secretary. That's very moon opposition Pluto. Rajneesh was deported. There we go. Deportation, very moon opposition Pluto, like I mentioned before. So that year, Rajneesh was deported from the United States on separate immigration-related charges in accordance with an Alford plea bargain. After his deportation, 21 countries deny him entry. Damn. Now, as of 2013, the resort required all guests to be tested for HIV/AIDS at its Welcome Center on arrival. Very moon opposition Pluto. I included Charles Manson, but I didn't post any quotes. But y'all are very familiar with this Charles Manson story, so I don't need to rehash it. But, you know, if you're not familiar, you know, there's a number of documentaries on him where you could just go online and read up about him and see how moon opposition Pluto has played out in his life. He was very much about manipulating people, but I feel like he was being manipulated and controlled himself. And last but not least, we have the Statue of Liberty. So the Statue of Liberty, when it was finished on a day when the moon was opposing Pluto, which makes a lot of sense because remember I said moon opposition Pluto can deal with matters involving citizenship, changing your citizenship, the whole immigration theme, because the Statue of Liberty is basically welcoming the immigrants that were coming in through Ellis Island, New York City, for a better life. So here's the chart of the Statue of Liberty. So this is a dissociative opposition because Pluto's in Gemini, that moon being in Scorpio. That moon in Scorpio and that opposition with Pluto and Gemini is representing all the renovations and the restorations that the Statue of Liberty has undergone. So it says, after its dedication, the statue became an icon of freedom and of the United States, being subsequently seen as a symbol of welcome to immigrants arriving by sea. Fundraising proved difficult, especially for the Americans, and by 1885, work on the pedestal was threatened by lack of funds. Publisher Joseph Pulitzer of the New York World started a drive for donations to finish the project and attracted more than 120 contributors, most of whom gave less than $1. So the fact that they had trouble obtaining funding for the construction is very moon opposition Pluto. And the fact that they got funding from various sources is represented by Pluto and Gemini. Now, the WPA also carried out restoration work within the statue, temporarily removing the rays from the statue's halo so that their rusted supports could be replaced. Rusted, mind you, I'm in love with like engineering. I'm in love with major structures. I love architecture. I love all that stuff. I'm weird like that. Like I like what was that show that used to come on? I think it was like TLC, Modern Marvels. And like I follow some like construction channels, engineering channels, and of course I follow some shipping channels too. I love anything where it's like they got to put something together and it's all big and stuff like that. And I'm just so fascinated by this stuff. So some of y'all might not be interested in this information, but I was when I was researching it. So rusted cast iron steps in the pedestal were replaced with new ones made of reinforced concrete. The upper parts of the stairways within the statue were replaced as well. Has anybody ever visited the Statue of Liberty? I never had the chance to go, see the Statue of Liberty, but I have seen it very far away when I was traveling through New York. I have seen it from far off, but I never actually visited the site and went up in it and all that. Has anybody ever saw the Statue of Liberty? Like, has anybody ever visited it? Especially in terms of going inside and going up to the top. You know, there was a time when people could go all the way up to the torch part where the flame is, but then they stopped doing that, I think, like in the early 1920s. So copper sheathing was installed to prevent further damage from rainwater that had been seeping into the pedestal. The statue was closed to the public from May until December 1938. So there we have it. That concludes my video on moon opposition Pluto. I hope you found it interesting, enlightening, informative. I really enjoyed doing this one, Kauai. I enjoy doing all the ones that you sponsor, and I really like when you ask me to like do a video about like aspects in particular, because there's just so much that can come from one aspect alone. And then when you start to look at people's lives that have that aspect, it can really help you to understand the different manifestations of the said aspect. So again, I just want to thank you for your continued support. If anybody would like to sponsor a video, you can send me an email. After this live stream, I will post my email address as well as my link to Patreon. So consider joining me on Patreon. And also, I just want to thank everybody for their continued support, whether you just watch the channel, you're a subscriber. If you just watch and you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing, because I could always use more. But yeah, hopefully Capricorn season is treating you guys well. Hopefully Pluto entering Aquarius won't be too traumatic for us. But I will say hold on to your hat. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. If you would like a reading, you could go to my website, rahbinah.com, and I will be at your service. So peace, many blessings. Thank you all. Love you all. And I am out.